Intro noises. I am Rose Knight. Oh boy, I have missed this so much. 2-week hour, and now we have returned. Why didn't Texas Beach read that? Texas Panic. Everything's broken. Test.
Okay,
that's working. I just needed to hit the panic button.
Yo Sanctum Tap.
Hello, welcome. I am writing more D&D. I've been trying to put a video together for a little bit now.
I forget every time.
So I have not looked at the Silksong class at all in the last 3 weeks, I think it's been, since I've done it. 2 weeks, 3 weeks, something like that. I don't know. It's been a long time. I have it open here. This is all the subclass stuff. Was this written like in the 15-minute stream I did last week?
What did we do last time?
I don't remember. Last time, the last full stream we did, we wrote... What was it? We finished up the Hunter, Reaper, Wanderer, and Beast subclasses, right? We got those written up, and now all that's left is Witch, Architect, and Shaman. Although it looks like we've done a lot of work for them already. It's been a second, I need to remember how to do things again. But we're good, we're back.
Hello.
Hello! Welcome in, everybody. I have missed this so much, but I've been busy. I've been very, very busy the last few weeks. I went to a wedding. And then when I got back home on Sunday at like noon. I think last weekend was when this happened. But I was so unbelievably exhausted. Because my partner was a part of the wedding party, so when everything was done, we were there at like midnight, and we had to help clean everything up. And and then after that, we had to drive back home, which was a 4-hour drive. Wasn't my wedding. The people that were getting married, like the bride, I had known very briefly in high school, but then they moved before we really became friends. But the bride had known my partner for, like, since early childhood at that point. So they've been best friends. They've kept in touch for years. And that's how that happened. I forgot about that. I love the way Texas Beach reads things. Okay. But yeah, enough with boring what I've been up to. Let's talk about D&D. Let's talk about some stuff. I need to get into the streamer headspace again. It's been a second. I hope So I was editing a YouTube video, right? Like, I read the script out, and I've been editing that. I feel like my audio is really bad, and I don't know how to fix it. Does it sound okay? Is it, like, slightly kind of robotic? Like, there's, like a static hum somewhere in there? I don't know. That's what I was hearing when I was editing the video, but I might have just been listening too closely to it. I don't know. I also increase the volume when I'm editing, so I can catch more than what you're hearing now. But what I have been up to, homebrew, the monsters. I wrote a new monster for Silksong. This is what I've been up to. This is related to the Silksong class, by the way. I think I briefly showed it for like 5-10 minutes before I had to run away last week. Because I forgot I had to do something. But I wrote this. It's like a backstory type thing for Grandmother Silk, because Grandmother Silk created the Weavers, and we're writing the Weaver class. This was like preamble for all that. So I wrote a Grandmother Silk stat block, and I wrote this in like a day. I made this page in a day. I'm very proud of it. It's very, like, well done, but I've only had to do one monster stat block, so I could do it really, really quickly. This is still on first draft, though, because I haven't really gone over it again. I probably won't even go over it again, because I'm already working on the video for it, and that's what I've been doing. But Silksong class. What the heck? Where do we start? We're on the Witch. We are writing the Witch. let me reread some stuff, because there was some red text at the top. What was this? I don't remember what this is. Did I add this before or during the last thing where I had to leave really quickly? When you choose your subclass, you are granted weapon specialties that allow you to add +1 to certain weapons when rolling to hit. When you attack with your specialized weapons, you can use your dexterity modifier instead of your strength modifier. Oh, okay, yeah, I remember this. Yeah, this is just like clarification of what the specialized weapons are and how to use them. It's gonna be real weird, because using, like, warhammers and...
That is so good for all classes.
Yeah, but, like, not obviously, but, like, what is the first level you get? Third level. You'd have to be at least third level to get this. And you're able to use your dexterity modifier on just your specialized weapons. But dual classing, what's the phrase? I'm losing it. Multi-classing, that's it. Multi-classing to get this it would be a big commitment, but it would be very worth it for some classes. Like, if you're heavily dex-based, that is. You don't want to do strength, but you get to use, what is it? What's something
Compressing
good?
needed skill proficiency is good.
Does that sound quiet? That sounds really... You guys sound really quiet to me. One second, let me turn that up.
Test.
That sounds more like about around the volume I'm used to. Yeah, okay. So what did you say? Compressing needle skill proficiency is good. Needed skill proficiency is good. Yes. Yes. I agree. Because I don't think there's any strength-based anything in here. There's Constitution for Beast, but that's about it. So, like, needing to... The main issue I was having with that when I wrote that was... all of your red tools are dexterity-based. Very good for Beast. I mean, it's good for all of them, but, like, the red tools are dexterity-based. The, silk skills were wisdom-based, I believe, is what I made for them. So, and Beast on its own has to be Constitution-based, so if you have to, like, spread out your good stats among 4 different stats instead of 3, that's gonna be tough. Because, what is it? Paladin. Paladin needs 3 good stats, right? They have Charisma, Strength, and Constitution, I believe? Because they're a tank, they're a frontline fighter that's intended to do a ton of damage, and Charisma because they're also a caster. But this class is also as on par with Druid, and Druid does not need 3 stats. I think it only needs Wisdom because it can wild shape and just be good at everything. But needing 3 stats to be good is kind of a good balance point for this class, since it is as good as Druid. At least, I don't have the ability to playtest a lot of this. To me, the numbers look as good as Druid. Wisdom, Intelligence, and Charisma? For Druids? I don't think they need all that. Like, they're a Wisdom caster, but they don't need a stat. They don't need a specific stat to be good at anything else. Like, they don't have any class features that specify you need this stat to be good. At least I think so. It's been a while since I've read Druid, if I'm being honest.
Only stat that doesn't change in wild shape.
Oh, yeah, that's true. You maintain your mind stats. I'm kind of rambling right now because I don't know how to start writing. It's been a second since I've actually written anything, because I've been working on, like, video stuff. Holy cow, it's weird, because in the previous streams, I had gone in, like, after writing other stuff for several hours. Blah, blah, blah. Sorry. I was also doing the script. You're gonna probably hear me go blah 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 a lot, because when I'm reading lines for videos, when I'm scripting, I will...
Tool and we decide which ones go where.
tool, yes. I usually flub a line, and then I'll go blah 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 a lot, and just reread the line, and I giggle a lot when I'm editing because it's just me making weird sounds for like 4 hours straight. Let's reread what we have for Witch so far. Whip and Flail plus 1 to hit. I like that for Witch. Witch was originally just going to be Whip, but I think I added the Flail because you need a little bit more than just the Whip. I don't think we have a slashing weapon. Whip is slashing, I think? But we don't have a piercing weapon. That's fine. We don't need one. When you use at least 3 silk on a bind feature, you can choose to erupt with inky black tendrils instead of healing. Oh, that's right. I changed this. This should have been red. Is it this one? Yeah. I changed this to 3 silk instead of 1 because I felt like it was just a little bit too good. And 3 doesn't feel like too much. And you still have the ability to heal normally, instead of healing. You can choose. When you use this feature, any creature within 10 feet of you, of your choice, must make a Constitution saving throw against your Silk save DC. On a failure, the creature takes necrotic damage equal to your Wisdom modifier. So, where the beast has the Constitution modifier, Witch has Wisdom modifier. On a failure, the creature takes necrotic damage equal to your Wisdom modifier, minimum of 1. On a success, they take no damage. You heal the amount of hit points equal to the necrotic damage you dealt. I should specify, equal to the bonus necrotic damage you dealt. Because if you have anything that will, like, give you necrotic damage outside of this ability, it might be used to get more health that you didn't gain normally. I don't know if I said that very well, but I think you know what I mean. For every extra 2 silk used on your bind, you increase the damage by 1d4. Your bind costs an action instead of a bonus action. I should rewrite the wording here.
Zombie will be a problem for Witch and Beast.
Using your bind in this way. Since you can use the bind both ways. Costs an action instead of a bonus action. Sorry. Zombie will be a problem for Witch and Beast. What? Why Zombo? Why are zombies bad? Or did I specify that it doesn't work on undead and constructs or something?
Necrotic.
Oh, are they immune to necrotic damage? I mean, I guess that kind of makes sense. I imagine a lot of undead and constructs are immune to necrotic damage anyway, so that I don't even have to specify that. Or at least resistant to it, if nothing else. But yeah, I can. That kind of makes sense. I think that's fine for it to have a weakness in fighting those types of enemies. If a creature you target is on 0 hit points, you cannot heal from this attack. So you can't just knock out a creature and stabilize them and use cheese to just continually hit them. I feel like people might try to abuse it on, like, hordes of, like, rats and bugs and things, but I don't know if that would work, because...
Stablies.
Stabilize? Stabilize, yes. That is one of the words I just said. I don't know why you said that.
Stabilize puts you to 1 horsepower.
Text-to-speech, that's not what that means. Stabilize does not set you to 1 hit point. Stabilize means that you're no longer making saving throws, death saving throws. At least as it is written in 5th edition, not 5.5. I don't know what it says in 5.5.
HP.
Why did it say it HP that time? I don't understand you, text-to-speech. Text-to-speech, you're messing with me. But But yeah, stabilization is like if you were to use a medicine kit. I forget what is that what they're called? Medicine kit on somebody to make it so that they don't have to make saving throws anymore, and you automatically pass on the medicine check roll. Then it would
1 horsepower.
Then you wouldn't get back up. I can double check that though. Sorry, I have like a can of peanuts here, so I might talk a little weird for a second when I'm eating.
Fuck.
So I needed a snack. D&D. Stabilize. In Dungeons & Dragons, blah blah blah, I don't trust you. AI overview. A successful DC 10 Wisdom Medicine check will stabilize a dying creature. This rules for stabilizing a creature. This is for 5th edition, 2014. So, where was it? Medicine check. A stable creature doesn't make death saving throws even though it has 0 hit points. That's what I thought it meant. Okay. I just had to double check because I've been wrong before. Alright. Let us... Alright, so it looks like we already have claw mirrors set up for the level 6, which is good, because that's definitely what I wanted to give the witch. Let me pull up... What other things do I... Oh, my script. Let me get rid of that. We don't need that open. Save as script. Oh, no, D&D. Yep. Save. Word cannot give documents same name as what do you mean? Why can't you? Are you serious? It's only open because I'm trying to close it. Let me close it. 1 second. Cancel. Why is it open twice? That doesn't make sense. Delete. And then you. Close you. Sure, the save. I don't know. That was a weird one. Alright, let me open up not Grandmother's Silk. Homebrew, class, Silksong, Skeletal Draft. Because Skeletal Draft had all of my notes on what I wanted to do. This is why we do Skeletal Drafts and Rough Drafts and all the things, because it helps me remember what the heck I'm doing. It's so useful. Alright, so what did we have for Claw Mirror? Levels, crests, red tools, blue tool. I believe it's a blue tool. Claw Mirror, perfect. When binding emits searing... I did not write notes for this one, but it does help me remember what it does in general. When binding emits a searing blast that damages surrounding enemies. Cool. So... how do we want to do this? How did I format this before, by the way? I need to... You only have red... Beast only has red tools, so that one's a weird choice. Oh no, okay, so I just had it as the name and then a dash and then... Okay. I just like having consistency. Alright, claw mirrors. How do I want to do this? Because I didn't, like, on paper, it seems, or, on paper, in the game, I feel like it's very obvious how this should be adapted. Like, every time you use the bind ability, or feature, I still do that. I write, ability instead of feature. Abilities
Maybe
are the
we
stats.
can rethink reserve bind.
Maybe we can rethink reserve bind? I haven't even thought of reserve bind at all. I was just gonna... my original plan for it was just, like, you get a free bind, worth 3 silk or something. Reserve bind is probably just gonna be, you get to heal a little bit. Congratulations, and you don't have to use any of your silk to do it. Reserve bind should probably be this version of the bind, though, if we're giving it to Witch. Claw mirrors. Every time you use the bind feature, should it be every time you use the bind feature, or should it be like once or twice per day of your choice? When you use the bind feature, you can deal fire damage to each creature within 10 feet of you, or something like that. Because it feels very
Twice
strong.
a day feature.
Yeah, it feels very strong to give it out as a,
Yay, that sounds okay, but what if there is a better option?
What if there's a better option? For Reserve Bind? We'll get to Reserve Bind later. Right now we're focusing on Mirror Claws. Or Mirror Claws. Claw Mirrors. I didn't even spell every right. We'll say 3 times, twice per long rest. Twice per long rest, you can, when you use, twice per long rest, when you use the bind feature, you may, you can, what is it?
When you.
Twice per long rest, when you use the bind feature, you can
Explode in a glimmering blast.
Yeah, there we go. I was like, this doesn't feel right. It's the description I need. I'm gonna use that, actually. Explode in a glimmering blast just sounds cool. I'm gonna use erupt, because I feel like explode is could be misconstrued as like you're taking damage as well. You erupt in a glimmering blast, dealing, I don't know, shoot, 2d8 fire damage to each creature within. You erupt in a glimmering blast, dealing actually, how do I want to word this? Dealing 2d8 fire damage
Erupt
to
in a
each
silver
creature
blast.
within 10 feet of you. In a silver blast? What does that mean? I don't even know what that means. I'll call it 2d8 fire damage, because there are 2 mirrors that you can collect. But this should definitely be a saving throw. Twice per long rest, when you use the bind feature...
Radiant maybe because of glimmering, or change glimmering to searing.
I'm gonna use, I like the wording for it still, but fire, like, radiant is fire damage, just turned up to 11. That's how I've always interpreted it. Because it is a burning effect, but for D&D reasons, it's different than fire because it's coming from a divine source. But I think I'm gonna keep it as is. Glimmering can be used to describe a fire. Glimmering blast, dealing 2d8 fire damage. You erupt in a glimmering blast. Let's put a period there. Each creature within 10 feet. Within 10 feet of you must make a dexterity. Each creature of your choice. This is kind of magical. Each creature of your choice. You don't have to hurt your allies with this one.
No, it is not radiant, is pure holy damage that kills undead, and the evil, and fire is fire.
That's true. Well, I'm thinking of radiant as like how it's used in the real world. It's not just how it's used in D&D. Like, the word radiant is like, you would describe the sun as a radiant gas ball in space, right? It's like that, but it's only that way because it's very, very hot.
After everything is done, let's count how many dex save features this class has.
Oh god, I could put a counter in the video. Oh no. No, there's too many. Everything is dex save. Like, dex save is the most common saving throw by far in the
Funny,
game.
let's do it.
Dang it. Okay, I'm gonna put it in the video. Eating another peanut. Okay. Each creature of your choice within 10 feet of you must make a dexterity saving throw. Like, what else could this be? You're trying to dodge out of the way. What? Like, Constitution doesn't make sense because that's for poisons and acids, things like that your body can resist. Strength doesn't make any sense. That's primarily for when you're being shoved or moved against your will. And obviously, intelligence, wisdom, and charisma don't make sense because nothing's attacking your mind in any way. It has to be dexterity. Dexterity is the most common saving throw in the game, and I know why. It's so hard to make
90%
something
of all
not.
dex attacks get dodged.
90% of all dex attacks get dodged? That's crazy. I don't think I've ever made... No, that's not true. I've made tons of dex-based characters. My favorite character I ever made was dex-based. But it's not my go-to stat. My go-to stat is typically intelligence or charisma. I like being face of the party. I like... Or no, wisdom, actually, too. Wisdom... I love playing clerics. Clerics are so much fun. And I never put anything into dex for a cleric. It's all in wisdom and all in constitution, usually. Or if it's not constitution, it's intelligence. I love being like a strategist in the back line healing people. It's so much fun.
Nearly every creature is proficient in dex.
That can't be true. Because like we did a quick test on that during one of the streams of like if I just click on a random monster, is it going to have dex save? Death Tyrant was a bad choice because it has everything but dexterity. Oh my god! That's hilarious. I did not plan that, obviously, because like, how could I? This Giant Toad. Giant Toad has to be dex, right? Since they don't have any saving throws? Oh, it's challenge rating 1. Alright, let me actually make this a little fair. Let's go sort by challenge rating and select, like, challenge rating 9. Young Silver Dragon. They have to have dex, right? Yeah, dex plus 4. Okay. Aboleth. Aboleth has to have dexterity. Aboleth doesn't have dexterity, but they're a giant fish! That's weird. I figured they'd be able to dodge a bunch of stuff in the water. Because I don't know. I don't know how...
Fish gaming.
Frock. What the hell is a frock? I've never heard of this monster. It has a dex save, though. What? It's a large fiend. What is this thing? Where did it come from? Hold on. Now I'm getting...
a demon from the abyss.
I'm getting distracted, but show source book. Rock. It's just in the normal monster manual? How did I miss this? What?
Evil eldritch fish that have memory of nearly everything in the D&D.
Oh yeah, I really love aboleths. They're so much fun. There's this one aboleth that was being mind controlled. I think it was in Tomb of Annihilation. And I was listening to a podcast. I really loved the interpretation the DM had for it, and just made it like this goofy little nerd that was very friendly, but had two personalities. Like if you met the nice personality, he would give you helpful hints about how to get through the labyrinth. But if you met the evil personality, it would try to trick you into thinking it's the good one and then kill you. And he just had like this really...
Except mind flares, since no one knows where they came from.
Except mind flares? Aboleths, evil eldritch fish that have memory of everything in D&D except for mind flares. They don't have anything on Sorry, I just bumped my mic really badly there. I could talk about D&D monsters all day, so let's stop while I have the ability to do so. Yeah, this is a very poorly written thing right now. But yeah, I think, what was it? Like, the headcanon theory of just about everybody is like, mind flares...
Aboleths fear mind flares since they have no knowledge of them.
You'd think they'd be afraid of Dragonborn as well, since they're relatively new to the game too, right? Like, they showed up a few hundred years ago in canon. I could be wrong about that. I'm pretty sure, like, because they came from, like, because, what was it? Ao got upset with the gods and titans for fighting each other, so he split the world in two different halves and put one, and, like...
No, they saw their birth.
They saw the birth of... How? How did they do that? They weren't in the same dimension. Oh, I guess aboleths are multiplanar.
We don't know.
Yeah, they're multiplanar, never mind. Yeah, because aboleths predate gods. Yeah, they had to have been, they can't predate Ao, I guess, but, like, they can predate all the gods. Do they predate, like, the fight between, I was gonna say Mystra. I've been writing about Mystra too much lately. Do they predate, Saloon and Shar fighting and creating the universe? I don't know. There's a lot of creation myths out there. That's the one I primarily have read. So it's the one I write about the most. Each creature...
Off topic.
Off topic. I'm too easily distracted. I keep forgetting... Oh, shoot. Let me put that up.
The only god they don't predate is the top god, the DM insert.
The only god they don't predate is the top god, DM insert, Ao. Ao is like the overgod DM or at least the canonical DM insert, essentially, because that's the god that has like the portfolio of godhood. So although he's not all powerful in the sense like he doesn't interact with anything, he does like say, "Oh, you get to be a god, and you don't get to be a god." And I think I need to go deeper into Ao's lore. But I think he's mysterious on purpose. I am getting distracted. Text. Let me... writing Silksong Weaver... subclasses. Let's change this to subclasses for D&D. Okay. Here, let me make this a little smaller.
Which tools?
Which tools? Okay. Right. Claw mirrors. Twice per long rest. When you use the bind feature, you erupt in a glimmering blast. Each creature of your choice within 10 feet of you must make a dexterity saving throw. Excuse me. I sneezed. Okay. Dexterity saving throw. On a failure...
Which is which?
That's a good question. I will answer it next week. On a failure, they take 2d8 fire damage. I don't want to write this. I feel like I write this the same way every time. Dexterity saving throw. Taking 2d8 fire damage on a failure. Or half as much on a success. Perfect. Feel like that's everything that needs. I'm probably going to reword it because I'm realizing I don't specify that you can choose to use it.
Fire is the most resisted and immune to type of damage in the game.
Fire is the most resisted and immune type of damage in the game. Yeah, I can see it, but it's also one of the most common damage types in the entire game, so most things would resist it because they're causing it. What about poison? You want to do poison damage from claw mirrors? I don't think that makes a lot of sense. That feels like a leap for this ability. Like, I could see radiant lightning, maybe thunder as well. I could make an argument for.
I was talking to Drocking.
You were talking to Drocking? Oh, is poison more resisted to than fire? I don't know if that's the case. I can look it up, but I am not. I don't get distracted. Okay. What
Either radiant
red
or
tool?
lightning or fire.
Either radiant or lightning or fire. Cool. Let me get rid of this because we just used it. What red tool should? What am I even doing in this? This is 6th level, so we gotta go up to the top. What red tools should we give to the witch? I feel like I knew what I was...
Pimpolo, maybe.
Pimpolo? It's not in the level 1 and level 5 options, unfortunately. I think, what was that? What did I put for Pimpolo?
Conch.
Red tool. These are all the rest of the, Pimpolo is level 9 is when it becomes available to you. Because I didn't, balance them in, like, you get each one at level 1, and they just improve as you level up. I balanced them as, like, every 4 levels, you get 4 new tools. And they are balanced for when you get them. So, like...
Conch for witch.
Conch for witch? I could see conch cutter. My immediate thing was tax for some reason. My brain was going there, but... Threefold pin, straight pin, sting shard, and long pin. Yeah, let's go conch cutter. I feel like I was always gonna go with whatever the first thing somebody yelled out was, but I feel like that works. That works really well. Because I wasn't, like, particularly attached to any of the ideas for what I wanted to give Witch for red tools.
Witch doesn't feel like it has any red tools.
I think you're thinking of Shaman. I'm just making sure I spelled it right. Alright. Conch cutter. Okay. And ignore all. Perfect. So, level 11. What were we doing for level 11 again? Needle strikes. Okay.
Witch should have a lot of battlefield control.
Which should have a lot of battlefield control. Well, Conch Cutter is very good at that, at least, I think. I don't remember. I don't remember anything about what I wrote. Rough draft, red tools, Conch Cutter. What did I write for you? A spiral weapon, when thrown, can ricochet and catch prey off guard. As an action, you fire a conch cutter in a direction of your choice. If the conch cutter hits a solid structure or wall, it will ricochet off, changing its direction by 90 degrees. Each creature in the conch cutter's line must make a dexterity saving throw. A creature takes 5d8 piercing damage on a failed save. Or half as much damage on a successful one. You gain more as you level. You can carry more as you level up. You start off with 10 of them, and then it just goes up by 2 every time, I think. Yep. Yeah, I think this does pretty good for, like, because it's area of effect. There's not much else you can really do for that. And the line that it goes at is 100 feet, so it goes for a long time. It's going to be able to ricochet a lot.
Witch can now use a piercing weapon.
A piercing weapon, yep. Yes, they can. I really like the way Conch Cutter turned out. I understand why they don't have spells like this in the game, though. It makes sense in, like, when you're thinking of it as a tabletop game. Because you're looking at, like, a grid. But I can understand why that this isn't written typically. But Needle Strike. What the heck do I do with the Needle Strike?
The needle strike for Witch is a spin attack.
Is it? I need to, like, go into the wiki. I don't have the wiki open anymore. Silksong Needle Strikes. Describe Needle Strikes to me, wiki. Witchcraft. Hornet spins and attacks all around herself. Similar to Cyclone Slash and Hollow Knight? I didn't know that's what Witch did. Starting at 2 hits, it can be extended Starting at 2 hits, it can be extended to 6 hits by tapping the attack button.
Have you heard that D&D is teaming up with World of Warcraft and Star Wars?
I did not. I don't keep up with what Wizards of the Coast is doing anymore. Not since their whole controversy with the OGL a few years ago. I really don't keep up with what they're doing at all because, like, I don't plan on supporting anything they do anymore. I already own the game and it's my favorite game, so I'm not going to stop playing it. I just don't want to give them any more money. Starting at 2 hits, it can be
They
extended.
fixed that.
They fixed that? They fixed the OG. I don't care if they fixed it. The reason I don't support them anymore is because they had the gall to do it in the first place. They were like, hey, you know, all you great homebrew writers out there, all of the things you've ever written belongs to us now. I wasn't even writing homebrew at that point, or not publicly. I wasn't writing homebrew yet. And I still put a bad taste in my mouth. I never saw the D&D movie because of that, because that happened around the same time as that. Still to this day. I really want to watch that movie at some point, but I'm never going to. Unless I can pirate it or something. But even then, I don't want to do it. Deals roughly that much damage. Okay. So it is just Cyclone Slash. It's straight up just Cyclone Slash. That's really cool. I didn't know that's what Witchcrest did. But if that's what Witchcrest is doing, then I might need to change... What was it? Reaper. Because Reaper... I think I wrote Reaper as if it were doing Cyclone Slash. Let me look at Reaper's thing. Needle Strike. Once per long rest, as an action, you can make a sweeping attack with one of your specialized weapons, forcing each creature within 10 feet of you to make a dexterity save. On a failure, they take your weapon damage. On a success, they take half. Okay. So yeah, this is basically like you just you make a long sweeping attack. I don't want to just use the exact same thing for 2 of them. So I might make... This is gonna be weird.
Now D&D is hiring D&D homebrewers to take charge of the stories in the D&D world and are all canon.
I mean, they're always all canon. Right? Like, that's... Like, they don't publicly say that anymore, but back in, like, first edition, back in AD&D, 2nd edition, 3.5, all that, it was, like, pretty explicitly everybody is in their own universe, and it's all always canon. It's just they didn't have the same internet we have today to be like, we are publishing it all as canon. Now, but it's cool that they're hiring homebrewers. Who knows, maybe I'll end up working for Wizards of the Coast. I doubt it. I really don't like them as a company anymore. They have lost my trust as a consumer, at least. If there's... The only reason I really write in D&D is because I'm very comfortable with the system. Obviously, like, I can go in and I can write something off the top of my head and be pretty confident that I'm using the rules correctly. But at the same time, it's also the most popular gaming system because it's so easy to write with, but because it's so adaptable and all this stuff.
No, I mean, they are now making the books for like Ravenloft and Swordcast.
Yeah, that's what I figured you meant. The homebrewers are like being hired by the company to write. And that's really cool. Good on them for making that change. I just don't trust them as a company anymore, so I'm not going to give them my money. Because as much as they are putting their best foot forward now, I know what their leadership is now. Like, they kind of they gave away the secret, right? And they still have the same leadership as back then. The people who are behind Hasbro that owns D&D right now are still in charge today, as they were in charge when the OGL controversy happened. So those are my reasons why I'm not why I haven't read 5.5, is because I refuse to buy their books.
I own all 5.5 ebooks. I have a problem, and the people in charge have a lot less control.
Hey, I'm not saying anybody who owns the 5.5 books is like, oh, how dare you. It's just a personal choice I've made with my own money, right? And honestly, it's probably going to be harder for my channel going forward as the years go by and more people adopt 5.5, assumedly. I assume it's going to grow in popularity. People are going to swap over time. I think like something like 30% of players swapped from 5th edition to 5.5 when it first launched. Something like that. It was like a crazy percentage. People in charge have a
Rose.
lot of... Ben, how's it going? It's been too long. How is the Nuzlocke going? The POW lock?
Have you opted out of the eye training? It is now more of a collective governing system instead of one on top.
Have I opted out of AI training? Is that like I opted out? I feel like it was years ago now, but it might have been like it wasn't that long ago. I don't know.
Twitch has a new one.
Twitch has a new one? I'm not even a partner on Twitch. I don't know how to do that. On YouTube, I'm opted out. I stream on Twitch a lot. I have more hours streamed on Twitch than I have probably uploaded on YouTube. But I honestly I'm not familiar with Twitch's mechanics, I guess is the best way to put it. Like, I don't know how to do anything on Twitch.
You have more than one Google account. It's in the user settings.
Yeah, I have a few Google accounts. Business Google account. This is for my old gaming channel. This is for the new homebrew channel. This is for my VODs channel. I also used to have back before AI back when AI first came out and people didn't know as much about it as they do today, I used it a lot. Like, I didn't use ChatGPT, but I still am a big fan of Doug, if you've ever heard of that streamer. He's like one of the top streamers on Twitch, but or at least in America he is. But like, he had a lot of AI content, and I was like, oh, I would be cool if I had like a little AI assistant to do stuff back when it wasn't as frowned upon. Now that I know more about AI, I staunchly refuse to use it. Actually, if you go back on my old streams, I had like ChatGPT in my favorited thing for forever. I forgot it was there. I deleted it since then when I noticed it was there. But if you go back on my old streams, you can find it somewhere. But yeah, I don't use AI anymore, but I have a Google account for a AI thing that I made, like YouTube channel that I made, but I've deleted it since then. I've deleted it years ago now. So I have a lot of Google accounts. TTS in the user settings. Wait. What? Oh, it's in the user settings. I was like, wait, Twitch has its own TTS now? That's crazy. I didn't know that, but they don't. Alright, where was I? Needle Strike. Once prolonged rest. Are we still on Witch? Yes, we're on Witch. Once prolonged rest. As an action, you make a sweeping attack with one of your specialized weapons, forcing each creature within 10 feet of you.
But in the state of how D&D
throw.
is structured now, it is structured more like the US government.
I don't know what that means. Like, it has a parliament, Congress, and a president, and like, what does that mean? Are you talking about D&D as its own branch of Hasbro, or Hasbro as a whole, too?
So it is shit.
I'm so confused. You're not going to convince me to start...
Democracy.
Okay. You're not going to convince me to start supporting Wizards of the Coast again. I staunchly refuse. They have broken my trust, and it is going to take a much longer amount of time than what we've already been given to earn that trust. I am keeping up with some of the D&D news. I am seeing that they are making an active change to be more positive to their community, but it hasn't been enough for me to forgive them for what they did with the OGL. That's just where it is at right now. I will give them my money if at some point they have earned that trust back. But for now, I'll play other games too. I have very little experience with other TTRPGs. I don't have anybody to play with too, so it's harder for me to like play other games. All I do is like read other books. Like I've read the Mutants and Masterminds book. I love that book. I've read. I need to read Daggerheart at some point. I know I've heard like mixed reviews on it. Some people love it to death. Other people are like it's not quite what they were expecting, and I want to read it and get my own opinion on it at some point.
No, if you want I can send you some pictures if you want to use 5.5e mechanics.
I don't want to use 5.5e mechanics. I'm fine with just being 5th edition for now. I'm not going to pirate their stuff. I'm just not going to use it. And as a show of like they've done something that I feel is wrong, and this is my stance on it. It's not about just giving them money. It's about making, as like I'm not like popular or anything, but I'm a public figure of some kind, like in a very small niche community. So me taking a stand like this isn't like invisible, I guess. Not entirely, at least. Anyways, we're getting too much into very old controversies that honestly don't matter that much anymore.
Niche D&D is very big.
Niche? It is. D&D is big, but it's still kind of small potatoes compared to a lot of other things. Like, D&D is the largest tabletop game by number of players. Just hands down, there's no way that's not true. But D&D no longer is a representation of the TTRPG market as a whole anymore. Like, when D&D loses numbers at all, it doesn't represent all the entire industry losing numbers anymore. Like, D&D can fail while other TTRPGs can still continue to grow, which is crazy to think about. Like, I couldn't have imagined that to be so disconnected 10 years ago.
100 new people get into D&D a week.
100 new people get into D&D a week. That can't... Well, I'm not saying that can't be true. I'm saying that I feel like I started with that can't, and then I went in and overcorrected myself. That can't be sustainable, I guess, is what I was gonna say. But 100 is not that many. That's really small. Yeah, no, that's totally sustainable for a very long time. 100 new players every week is tiny compared to, like, the thousands upon thousands of people that are getting into TTRPGs every day. And with games like Baldur's Gate 3, like they being the #1 game a few years ago, I'm surprised that it's not higher, frankly.
10,000 new people are born an hour.
10,000 new people are born every hour? That's neat, I didn't know that. 100 people every week still feels low. Because think about, like, maybe you're really deep into the TTRPG space, like, in your social circle. I am not. I know more people that don't play any tabletop games than I know that do, right? So it's... And I know a lot of people that never plan on playing D&D. Like, they know what I do. They know I write and stuff, and they kind of think they don't think it's weird, but they think it's like, okay, that's your hobby. I have no thoughts on it, like, one way or the other. And they are never going to play. And that's more my social circle. More of my social circle than not, honestly. So 100 a day is, or 100 a day, 100 a week is very low numbers to me. Are they getting those numbers by, like, the amount of sales they're getting? Like, 100 new books are being bought every week? Because if that's the case, they are a failing business. They need to sell more things. I know their books are expensive, but it's not enough to support their entire, their entire staff, I imagine. Actually, I don't know how many people are working for Wizards of the Coast these days. That might be enough. Never mind. Retract everything I just said. Level 18! We need a rental. Let's stop talking about the business of tabletop
D&D
games.
is a very big multi-billion dollars company.
Yes, I'm very aware of that. Which is why I was like, 100 a week, that's too low to support that level of business. Alright, so we need one red tool for level 18 for the witch. And we can go down to here and pick any of these ones as well as the ones above, but we're going to choose from this list. Because this list has much stronger stuff. What feels more witch to you? Like, Volt Vessels is good, because that's just more area of effect. Ooh, that's really good field control, actually. I like Volt Vessels. Pimpillow? Pimpillow is also good. I'm leaning more toward Volt Vessels because it feels more witch-like.
They pay like 300 people are important.
300 people? I don't know what that sentence is. I'm sorry. Volt Vessels. Let me remember what I did for Volt Vessels. Let me close these down. I don't need these anymore. Volt Vessels. Because I remember really liking how I wrote it.
I thought we were doing all the second half of the red tools at the end after finishing everything else.
I forgot that I was doing that. Now I'm doing this instead. Shoot. Volt Vessels. These are convertible orbs containing electricity. They can be thrown as a bola for a double explosive discharge, or staked as a spear to release a column of energy. When you spend an action to throw this tool, you can either throw it as a bola or a spear. So you choose it when you throw it. When you throw this tool as a spear...
I thought that said boba.
Boba? Yeah, it could be. It could be boba. When you throw this tool as a spear, the music just got so loud and I can't focus. You know, my brain isn't built for this many stuff. There we go. Alright. When you throw this tool as a spear, choose a point within range that the spear will stick into. The spear can stick into surfaces of any angle centered...
The jam is to bopping.
Centered on the point, you choose a 10-foot radius, 40-foot long column of electricity will erupt from the spear, forcing each creature in the area to make Constitution saving throws. On a failure, they take 10d8 lightning damage and are stunned for 1 round. On a success, they take half damage. When you throw the tool as a boba, choose a point within range that the boba will land on. On landing, the boba... I forgot how many times I wrote it. The boba breaks into 2 electric bombs that will bounce into a random direction 10 feet away from the point you chose. Roll a d8 to decide the direction, with one being north, going clockwise for the rest.
What is the flavor of this boba?
It's very, static electricity. Any creature within 10 feet of the boba's new point are caught up in an electric explosion and must make a Constitution saving throw.
So great.
For each failure, they take 10d8 lightning damage. I like each failure. So this is a lot of really good crowd control. for the witch. I like Volt Vessels. I'm gonna go with Volt Vessels. I think, what was the gimmick of Pimpolo? I think I just added... Pimpolo, you can put a 1-minute timer on. Or maybe it was 10 minutes. I don't remember which. But I know the damage is less. Duration, instantaneous. Instantaneous. A fabric pouch filled with volatile materials that explode on impact or when ignited by its fuse. As an action, you can set the Pimpilo's fuse for up to 10 minutes. Okay. Once the Pimpilo's fuse timer ends, the Pimpilo will explode. Forcing any... I apparently made a mistake there. Forcing any creature within 15 feet of it to make a dexterity saving throw. On a failure, they take 10d6 fire damage. On a success, they take half damage. If the Pimpilo
That is 100 rounds of combat.
Yes. Yes, it is. So, the intention... It's up to 10 minutes, but the intention there is to use it outside of combat. Like, the intention is... Put it somewhere where you want to blow up a support on a building, and you need to get out of the building before it explodes. You know what I mean? More dex saves, exactly. Everything's a dex save. It doesn't... Like, what else can this be other than dex save? I think I forced the con save for the Volt Vessel just because I was so tired of dex saves, and, like, it's the last thing I wrote. It's the last thing in the list. Was it the last thing I wrote? No, I wrote it all in order of, like, when you... Not when you get them, but the order that they are in the game coded in as, I guess. Like, the order of where they're listed in the game menu, I guess, is the order I wrote them in. So I don't know when I wrote Volt Vessel, but I know I was definitely tired of all the deck saves at that point. I felt like it was too... You need variety. You need variety, otherwise, if you find something with a high stat, and that just happens to be the only stat that you target, then you can do nothing against them. Alright, so let's give Witch Volt Vessel.
Hollow Purple Boba.
Hollow Purple, indeed. Volt Vessel. I did not spell anything. Shoosh. I don't know how to spell anything. How is Volt Vessel spelled? Volt. Okay, yeah. I had it right. Good. Oh, man. I started watching Project Hail Mary for, like, the billionth time today. It's mostly my partner who is obsessed with that movie, but every time they put it on, I sit down and watch it with them. I've seen it definitely more than 10 times, and whenever I watch it, I tend to, like, empathize. Like, I tend to empathize with characters pretty heavily from shows. Like, I'll start taking on their way of speaking a little bit. So when I was like, good, I was like, I just did that for Rocky. So two blue tools is what we need here. I'm doing blue tools, right? I'm doing blue tools for everybody. That's not an answer. Yes, I am. 18th level. I'm doing all the tools except for red, but I just did a red tool, so it's fine. Reserve Bind. What do we do for Reserve Bind now?
It is hard for me to empathize with most humans.
What? So it's like squirrels and raccoons and cats and dogs are your thing? That's alright. I have a lot of friends like that are just like really... They really dislike spending time with people and they'd rather just go hang out with people's pets. Reserve Bind. What do I do with you?
No, let's see more options to see if there is one that fits more.
I like Reserve Bind. I know I was really excited. Bind once for free, which doesn't work the way I've written Bind, so I'm gonna have to work with it a little bit. But let's see what else we have. Alright, because this one's getting 2 blue tools, not just 1. Alright, so we have Magma Bell, resistant to fire damage. Polyp Pouch applies poison to red tools. This one has to go to... I'll make it blue just so I know I don't... It hasn't been used yet, but I'm going to use it for somebody else. Polyp Pouch is going to go to Shaman. Or not Shaman, Architect. Weaver Light increases the amount of speed of silk regeneration. I don't know if I'm ever going to use that one for any of them. It doesn't balance well with what we currently have. Sawtooth Circlet, flexible belt of serrated metal teeth, damages surrounding enemies. So this is the one where when you double jump, like a blade comes out around you and attacks enemies that are to the right and left of you, immediate right or left of you. Which I can definitely write something for that. It would just be, instead of jumping, it would be something activated via something else. Lamp on 3? A warding bell?
No.
No? I have no idea what's happening.
1.
Lamp on 1? Druid's Eye. Who did I give Druid's Eye to? This must have been Beast or something. The bearer takes damage. The amulet weeps a green elixir that will form into silk. I definitely gave this one away to somebody already. I just don't remember who at this point.
No fat fingers. I try to spell 1.
You tried to spell 1? Why are you saying 1? I don't understand. Injector Band increases the speed of binding. That like, again, this one kind of...
Lamp 1.
Lamp 1? I don't know what that means. Sorry. Reserve Bind. Bind once for free. Like, I feel like this one is...
What does that mean?
I don't know. I could Google it, but I do want to focus on this a little bit. I've been getting distracted
lamp in the name.
so much this whole stream, and I just want to try and get through the three subclasses before the stream ends. At least that far, and it's already been like an hour and a half, or only an hour, I guess, because I started late. Volt Filament. Imbue silk skills with electric charges. This is what's going to Shaman. Quick Sling.
Who got multi-binder?
Multi-binder? Extends the act of binding, but increases the healing effect. No clue. Control F. Multi-binder. That would be Reaper. Reaper got multi-binder. You can spread your action. You can spend your action instead of your bonus action on your bind feature, granting you additional hit points from the feature. For every silk you spend, you gain 4 hit points instead of 2. Okay, that's who got it. Reaper.
Or no double bind.
Or no double bind? Oh, no, double bind, yeah. You can spend your action instead of your bonus action on the bind feature. I didn't even make this like a once per day thing. I think it's fine as is, because you're spending your whole action just to get more health out of the deal. Reaper is all about, like, getting more health, if I remember correctly. Yeah, you got Druid's Eye, too. So, once per long rest, as an action. Sweeping attack. I didn't change your sweeping attack. I gotta change that at some point. We'll get to that later. But let me focus on finishing what we have. That's Architect.
Wisp Fire Lamp.
Wisp Fire Lamp. Is that blue?
I looked it up.
Wisp Fire Lamp. Is that a blue tool? Oh yeah, it is. Wisp Fire Lantern. Wisps spawn from the lantern to burn foes at the cost of silk. It is very... Oh, that's a good one. Okay, that feels very witchy. But Shaman takes on more of the witch archetype, I believe. It's just that witch is called witch. because it steals health and it's very horror movie themed, I guess. Like,
Injector band for which?
injector band? What do we got for, what's injector band? Increases the speed of binding. It's already a bonus action to bind. How do we make it faster? Like, realistically, what, like, I don't see a way to make it, like, injector band doesn't make a ton of sense. You know what I mean? For how we've written it so far.
Not for which it is an action.
Not for which it's an action. That's true.
Which is more AoE in the class, so more AoE control is better.
That's true. It is because... Alright. Reserve bind. And I still want to do reserve bind, but they're getting 2, I believe, right? Let me double check that just to make sure. Which, yes, so they started with 1 and then they get 2 more at level 18.
Which gets 2 blue.
Yeah, 2 blue this level. 3 overall. They are hogging all the blue tools.
3 blue.
Oh yeah, but they're getting 2 this level. So, Wisp Fire Lantern.
Wisp Lantern.
Let's do Wisp Lantern, and let's do the... not Injector Band, but the Reserve. The Reserve Bind. I think I still prefer Reserve Bind over Injector Band. How do I want to do Reserve Bind, though? Actually, I just thought of something really cool. Yeah, I just thought of something really cool. Dang it! Why did I do that? Alright, so here's what I'm thinking. Injector Bind. Here, or band, not bind, band.
As long as Wisp Lantern is in I Am Cool.
Oh yeah, Wisp, I'll write that down now, just so we have it. And I know that's not how you spell it. It's Wisp Fire, I think. Or Fire Wisp? No, Wisp Fire. Wisp Fire Lantern. And Injector Band. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking for Injector Band. As a reaction...
Space in between Wisp and Fire.
You can use... Oh, is it? Not according to what I have here, but I could be wrong. Let me check. Let me double check. Wisp. Fire. Oh, my computer's lagging. Fire. Wisp Fire Lantern. And no space. At least according to the wiki.
There is no space.
At least according to the wiki. Wiki could be wrong, but I'm gonna go with what the wiki says for now. Yeah. Wisp Fire Lantern.
Okay.
Wisp Fire Lantern, and I don't know, like, obviously it's just text-to-speech, so I can't get an idea of how people, what tone people have. In case anybody's embarrassed about anything to do with spelling or grammar at any point, just remember you're watching me, and I am the worst grammar punctuation person in the world, and I'm actively trying to be a professional writer. Like, doesn't matter if you get the words wrong, too bad. People don't really care about that much, and the people who really care about that, well, usually I see their comments as just being generally helpful, because I can go back and fix things when I mess up. So no harm for that sort of stuff. As a reaction, you can use your bind feature. What do you think? Maybe that's too vague, but like this is generally what I'm thinking. Maybe it could be after somebody else's turn, or after somebody else's attack.
That is so creative.
Is it? I don't think it's very creative at all. As a reaction, you can use your bind feature. So essentially, reactions can be used at any point. Usually they have trigger events, like attacks of opportunity is a reaction, but it only happens when somebody leaves your attack of opportunity. the injector band being, because you're able to use your bind faster, you can use it as a reaction as somebody is either attacking you, but like, I guess the whole point is that because Witch has like the whole erupt with inky black tentacles instead of healing thing, you can do that when a creature is like leaving your your space attack of opportunity, maybe. I don't know when...
It should activate when you get knocked to 0 horsepower.
When you get knocked to 0 HP? That's too... that almost feels too niche. Like, at that point, level 18, remember, this is level 18, when are you going to be in melee range to use your souped up bind ability at level 18 and getting knocked to 0 hit points?
Hee 11 horsepower. Dragon.
Like, I could see this being as a reaction after you are hit with an attack. As a reaction... Or actually, let me reword it. When you are targeted by a melee attack, you can spend your reaction to use your bind feature. It's to use your bind feature. So what this does is...
Why not when hit?
Why not when hit? Because if they miss, then you don't get to use it. I like more opportunities to use your ability. Like, is always more fun. And because it's a reaction, you can use it any amount of times per day as you want, which Injector Band would have... which Injector Band is, like, always faster bind, right? And you're also limited by the amount of silk you have. So, it's going to be a risk for you and for the person hitting you, essentially.
Fair.
When you target a creature, when you are targeted by a melee attack, you can spend your reaction to use your bind feature. Okay. Injector Band is done, I think. That's pretty good. Let's put some space between these, just so I can clearly read them. Wisp Fire Lantern. I don't want Wisp Fire Lantern to use up... I don't want it to use up too much silk. Because this is a silk-heavy class, or subclass. You need your silk, and you're not regaining silk like Reaper does. Reaper's all about gaining more silk as you fight, right? After you use at least 5 silk for a bind, you will gain 1 silk spool when you hit a creature with one of your specialized weapons for 1 minute. This feature can only be used once per long rest. So it shouldn't cost you silk to create fire. The wisp fires. Right? Maybe. I don't know. Well, it's level 18, so you have plenty of silk at this point. I don't want it to be a complete copy of the little soul minions that you can summon in the Hollow Knight class. I don't want it to be a complete copy of that, but let me reread what I had for that so I can at least get a good starting point. Classes, Hollow Knight, pages. This was like the last page, if I remember correctly. Oh, I opened up Photoshop. I didn't mean to do that. PNG. PNG's gonna be faster. Alright. Close Photoshop. We don't need Photoshop open right now. Alright, so Soulcatcher. Glowing Womb! At 19th level, your mastery over the soul has become near perfect.
Which is like one step behind Shaman.
Which... oh yeah, I mean, they definitely... I definitely want them to have different feels to them. But they are very similar in the sense that they both kind of focus on silk and spell. They have a very spell vibe to them. Although when I think witch, I think more Blair Witch Project. It's more like a monster that's been unleashed rather than a spellcaster, if that makes sense. At 19th level, your mastery over the soul has become near perfect to the point where you can create familiars out of excess soul. that can act and fight independently of you. If you have any soul charges at the end of your turn, you can choose to use one of them to create a soul familiar. Your soul familiar will float around you, shedding dim light up to 10 feet. I never gave them a feature, by the way, that lets them shed dim light. I keep forgetting to go back and do that. Oh, did I use the wrong font for the numbers here? Oh no, what have I done? But, like, there's a lot of mistakes. This was the first thing I ever published publicly, so it's gotta have a lot of mistakes. Your familiar will float around you, shedding
Witches,
dim light.
monsters, magic, will shamans a control magic.
Yeah, I like that description of it a lot. But, what do I want to do? I haven't done it yet, by the way. I do plan on rewriting the stats and abilities for Bellbeast to be limited to like 1 hour a day or something. Or maybe I have already done that, but I don't remember doing it. Something like that, because it is so powerful to be just a permanent thing you always get. But the reason I just brought that up is because I just thought maybe Wispfire Lantern can be a Find Familiar type spell, where you can cast it and you get like a little baby phoenix thing, and it'll like be your little ally. Getting it at level 18 feels real late to get it though. Claw Mirrors. I kind of want to move Claw Mirrors, because Claw Mirrors is also blue, down here to level 18. Down here to level, and bring Wispfire Lantern up to level 6. So let's do that, actually. Because I like the idea of getting a little familiar, a little witch familiar at level 6. That's cool. I like that. That feels more fitting. Paste Claw Mirrors, which means I'm gonna have to buff up Claw Mirrors. Claw Mirrors twice per long rest.
No, it is good as is, because it is as good as like level 7 Summon Steed, and the Bell Beast is really good and balanced for the level you get it at.
It's not as good as level 7 Summon Steed, because it's way stronger than any animal you can summon for Summon Steed. Bell Beast is really good and balanced for the level you get it at. I know, but I feel there's something in it about it that's just making me feel like there's something too strong about it. The fact that it's permanent, the fact that it gives you an entire new turn, an extra round or an extra turn per round as like this giant monster that can just do an area of effect jump attack every turn and deal out like 100 points of damage each time. Like it just deals too much damage. And to have it for an hour, for the record, is a lot. Like, you can still have that for several fights in the day. Like, if you're in a dungeon, or if you're doing a dungeon crawl type game. I don't know. I'm gonna look at it, and I'm gonna think about balancing it.
I'm sorry,
there's something about
everybody succeeds on a deck saving throw at that level. You're doing about like 30, which is nothing at that level.
So everybody succeeds on a dex save at that level? Depends on what you're fighting, but... Oh, you're talking about Bellbeast. I mean, depends on what you're fighting, right? Because, like we just tested, nothing... Like, most creatures don't have proficiency in dex saves, right? We already went through and, like, clicked on 4 random monsters, so we can say for certain that not everything does. Treants definitely don't. I'd be shocked if they did. They don't have any saving throw proficiencies? They're challenge rating 9. Give them wisdom, intelligence, something like that. They're trees.
Any entity you're finding a like level 18 is like a big giant, huge boss, like a dragon.
True. Demi-Lich. Constitution, intelligence, wisdom, and charisma. And this is the only challenge rating 18 monster that is here, so let's go a little bit higher. Baylor. Baylor probably has it. Strength, Constitution, Wisdom, Charisma. No. What's above Baylor? I'm just saying, like, Dexterity is not as common as you might think it is. Like, dragons will have it.
But look at Dex on the Demi-Lich.
What's the Dex on the Demi-Lich? Oh, sure. +5. Getting a +5 to a roll at level 18. What is level 18 DC for your saving throw? It's 8 plus proficiency plus your modifier. So at level 18, you can expect a +4 or 5 in your modifier. So you're already like have one up on that, right? If you have a plus
For Bellbeast is 11.
For Bellbeast is 11.
CR18 is not equals to level 18.
Yes, but you should be fighting CR18 at level 18 if you have a 4-person party. I'm talking about what you're fighting at that level. Right? Because you're not getting... When do you get Bellbeast? You get it at, like, level 17? I don't even remember. But, like, trust the process. I know a little bit about what I'm doing when I'm writing this stuff. It just... I have this gut feeling that it's not balanced, but let me reread it and go into it later. I'm gonna focus on the subclass for now. And who knows, maybe I'll just forget to fix it at some point. A equals on what? What is this? What is this? Here. Claw mirrors. Twice per long rest. When you use the bind feature, you can choose to erupt in a glimmering blast. Each creature of your choice within 10 feet of you must make a dexterity saving throw.
Yes, to get and save my second child.
We'll call it... since it's every time you use the bind feature, we'll call it 48 at level 18. 48, because you're also healing from this, you're also doing the necrotic damage. Like, you're doing a lot here.
5 to 4.
5 to 4. What? What happened?
Even then, CR18 is not equals to level 18. CR is a bad way to calc monster difficulty.
True, but
because
that's
you
what
only said
that's
you
all we
heal
have
from
right
the
now.
necrotic,
I'm not doing like
fire.
the full calculation of like what am I going to throw at my specific level 18 party right now, because it changes based off of the full organization of the party. Like, some parties are like ready for challenge rating 10 at level 2, and some parties are ready for challenge or like around the same challenge rating of like their level. It just depends on how balanced they are and how they set themselves up as characters. Because you only said you heal from the necrotic, not the fire. You forgot to save my second child? I don't understand. For Bellbeast is 11? 5 to 4. I feel like I'm missing out on chunks of the conversation now. 5 to 4.
Forget.
Like, if you're on your own and you're fighting monsters, then, like, the challenge rating will be way lower than your level. But if you have, like, a full party of adventurers, then it's around the same. Like, obviously it's tough, because druids are a thing.
I was talking about that. The damage you deal from your bind. You only stated that the necrotic heals, you nothing else.
The necrotic damage that you deal will heal you. Yeah, what's wrong with that? The necrotic damage that you deal will heal you. And that's, you get that at level 3. So I feel like that's fair. And you can deal more damage depending on, for every 2 more silk you use, and at level 18 you'll be able to use tons of it. You get an additional d4 of necrotic damage. I imagine Witch will just be using a lot of their silk on this one ability rather than the spells too. So if Witch is primarily using the bind spell, or silk skill rather, they can put on a bunch of necrotic damage, and then put on a bunch of fire damage on top of that. Oh, we'll call it 5d8 fire damage, just because it is level 18. I do like that more. maybe that still feels a little low. We'll do 68 fire damage on a failure, or half as much on a success.
Now I see, and on to Wisp Lantern.
I think this is pretty good for claw mirrors. As just a quick rebalancing. Ooh, actually, let's go 5d8 fire damage. And
Yay, fireball damage.
and they are blinded. Just because. And they are blinded on a failure, or half as much on a success. And they are blinded, well, we'll call it for 1 round. Because it's the mirror thing. It's like the flashing mirror. You're blinding them, bro. I don't know. I need to rewrite it because the wording is really wonky right now, but I think it's fine. What? Oh, that's wrong. There's 2 M's in there. I only put 1. Each creature of your choice within 10 feet of you must make and if you are being blinded, I think that's Constitution save typically, right? I can change it from Dexterity to Constitution.
Con.
Yeah, thank you. Constitution. Make a Constitution saving throw, taking 5d8 fire damage, and taking 5d8 fire damage, and how do I want to word this? My brain is having a brain fart. Make a Constitution saving throw, and then a comma here. Taking 5d8 fire damage, and they are blinded for 1 round on a failure. That feels weird. Why is that worded weird? What do I do? How do I fix it? On a failure. On a failure, they take 5d8 fire damage, and they are blinded for 1 round. On a success, they take half as much damage. Perfect! Okay, and then we'll get rid of this part. Love it. I like blinding people. Level 18 blinding isn't going to be as useful since a lot of monsters have blind sight.
What is their turn is at the end of the round, then they are basically not blinded.
What is their turn? What if their turn is at the end of the round? Well, no, when something lasts for 1 round, it doesn't end when the round ends. It ends until the same point of the next round. So if you use this on your turn, then they, I don't want to word this. It has to be worded for 1 round because of the injector band. Because as a reaction, you can use this on any other creature's turn.
It should say at the end of your next turn.
Right? So if it lasts for 1 round, it'll last until whatever creature's turn you used it on, but during the next round. I see what you're saying, though. That could be very confusing. It's not intuitive at all now that I'm saying it out loud. You're right. You're 100% right. I'm wrong. Let me fix it. Twice per long rest. When you use the bind...
It would be at the end of someone's turn.
And we will get rid of the twice per long rest. Since this is level 18, when you use the bind feature, you can... Do I want to make it cost an extra silk? Actually, what do I want to make them spend? Because twice per long rest feels like too low for level 18, but it should cost something. When you use the bind feature, you can choose
extra 3 silk
to erupt. When you have to spend 3 silk on this. That feels expensive. Because even at level 20, I think your maximum silk is 18. Right? So that's gonna be a 1/6 of your silk supply. I was thinking 1 extra silk, honestly, to use this. When you use the bind, but then I was like, well, even then, the whole point of this class is to like use spells and things, and you're already spending extra silk on this. When you use the unique witch. Oh wait, I put that in the wrong. Unique witch. When you use the unique witch bind feature, you can choose to erupt in a glimmering blast. Each creature of your
Level
choice
18 for like
10...
5 plus 3d4 plus 5d8.
Level 18. There's a lot of math in this one. I don't know what the average of all that is, but it's a
I can just
decent.
be when you use the witch's bind.
I can just be when you use the witch's bind. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. When you use the unique witch bind feature, you can choose to erupt in a glimmering blast. Each creature of your choice within 10 feet of you must make a Constitution saving throw. On a failure, if it's just every single time, I'm going to reduce the damage to 3d8, 2d8 damage, because you can just keep using this as a reaction. Or as you like
fair.
Twice per, you're able to use this essentially twice per round. Once on your turn, and then once as a reaction. So that's 4d8 fire damage total, plus the however much constitution damage you deal. Like this is a complicated ability.
Blinded until the end of the enemy's turn.
And they are blinded for 1. Oh, I didn't even. And they are blinded until the end of their next turn. That's not how you spell next turn. Okay. And the cool thing about that is if a creature targets you and you manage to blind them, what that does is... Okay, wait a minute. I just realized something. I just realized something real dumb. Okay, so if this is guaranteed to activate every time you use the Witch Bind feature, that means that when you use the Witch Bind feature, they make a Constitution saving throw here, and then they make another Constitution saving throw here. Each creature of your choice within 10 feet of you... And is this also within 10 feet? I'm pretty sure it is. Any creature within 10 feet of you, of your choice. Like, these are worded the exact same way. So what we're gonna do is, when you use the unique witch bind feature,
semantics.
You can choose to erupt in a glimmering blast. Each creature... I'm gonna say each creature that... Alright, so I'm gonna... Each creature that fails the Constitution saving throw from the Witch's Bind will additionally take 2d8 fire damage, and they are blinded until the end of their next turn. On a success, they take half as much damage. Half as much, I need to specify, fire damage. Okay, now it's only one Constitution saving throw. Okay, that simplifies it by kind of overcomplicating the wording, but that's fine. Now for Wisp Fire Lantern that I've completely been neglecting this whole time. Wisp Fire Lantern. How do I want to do this one? Because I want it to just be...
Doing some math, 5 plus 15d4 plus 2d8 damage at max.
Yeah, it's gonna do some... It's gonna hit hard. But once you do that, you're out of silk. You get to do that once per day.
I think Wisp should be like magic remote place bombs that you can summon.
Wisps should be like magic remote place bombs that you can summon. That's kind of what the Pin Pillow does. It's a remote bomb that you can just place somewhere. What I'm thinking is that it's just going to be like a little wisp that you summon and can fight alongside you, but you get it at level 6, so it's going to be stronger than Find Familiar, but not, like, insanely strong, if that makes sense. It's going to be, like, half.
Don't you have an ability to regain Silk normally?
Don't you have an ability to regain Silk normally? I don't think I gave that to Witch, did I? Once per long rest as an action. I don't think Witch has anything like that. In the base? Oh, that's true. You're right. Let me go back in and reread some of that stuff. I gotta, like, actually remember things, but I can't. Rough draft. Now we have 3 Word documents open. This won't get confusing. Alright, so saving throws, dexterity, blah, blah, blah. Level 1, you gain Silk, you gain the Bind ability, you gain Tool Pouch and Crafting Kit, you gain the ability to get Shell Shards. This is an example of something, of the red tool. Level 2, you get Silk Skills, example of a Silk Skill. Level 3, you get Crests. Just gonna, because we already have other things, so just to simplify this. Actually, what did I have written here? This might be helpful. No, I copied and pasted it onto the new Word doc. Never mind. Okay. Ability score, Swift Step, Drifter's Cloak, Extra Attack, Level 6. I'm actively doing this. Simplify. Alright, Cling Grip, Claw Line, no, Silk Heart. When you reach level 9, every time you roll for initiative, you regain 9 Silk Spools. Ooh, that's good. I forgot I gave that. Okay. Okay. Reaper's never running out of Silk. That's fine. That's good for them. That's the whole point of their subclass.
Batman class.
Spider Batman class, indeed. Vestacrest, Warding Bell. Did I give any other Silk Hearts? I want to make sure I didn't. Ability score, Fade Down Cloak, Needle In. Because I know I had plans to, but I think I swapped it around. Oh, Bell Beast. I can actually reread this because I put it in the Word doc. That's convenient. Has an armor class of 18, which is crazy. Deadly Leap. If the Bell Beast jumps at least 15 feet as part of its movement, it can use this action to land on its feet in a space that contains 1 or more creatures. This is a huge creature, by the way. That means it's 15 by 15 square feet. This is
once per long rest.
Very big. Oh, it's once per long rest. You're right. Oh, shoot. Maybe I don't need to change it. 10d6 plus 4 once per long rest is fine. And then Slam Attack does 2d12 plus 4, which is a lot. Which, don't get me wrong, that's a lot of damage for a creature to do. This is a tank that does a lot of damage. It doesn't have multi-attack, though. It does not have multi-attack. Okay. Alright, you know what? I'm fine with this. This is fine. I'm looking at it. Challenge rating 5, it's okay. I feel like it's actually stronger than that, but I need to reread challenge rating stuff to verify that. When you reach 17th level, you learn to play one of the songs of your people. While playing the Beastling Call, you summon and form a bond with a Bell Beast. While in combat, the Bell Beast takes its turn after yours and will follow your commands. Both in and out of combat, Bell Beast can be used as a mount.
We had a 2-hour debate about this for a reason.
Yeah, honestly. It's such a cool thing. Alright. I remember now. It's good. Alright, and Silksong, as an action, you regain all your expended silk. Cool. Silksong, as an action, I should probably specify, as an action, once per day. Just as every time you want, you can just get all your silk back as an action. That'd be crazy. As an action, let's call it as an action 30 times per day. No. 3 times per day. No, that's too much. Two times. No, it's once per day. We'll go with once per day. I don't know how often you're going to use this ability. Like,
Thrice.
3 times per day feels like too much because why would you be using it that often? Think about, like, you don't use that much silk. I don't think that often. Thrice per day feels like too much.
Per long rest.
Yeah, you're right. I'm miswording it now. All right. Prolonged rest. Thank you for that. Beastling Call. Well, why did I come over here again? Level 17, 15, 14, 13, 9. Level 9. Silk Heart. When you reach level 9, every time you roll for initiative, you regain 9 silk spools. Cool. So this is level 6, so this is before that. So you're not gonna I don't like...
Witch shite.
What do I want to do with Wisp Fire Lantern? I want it to be a little summon. I want it to be similar to the Bell Beast a little bit. You summon a Wisp Fire that will aid you in combat. Starting... Well, I don't need to word it like that. I don't know. I don't know how I'm gonna word it. I'll word it. Starting at... Hold on, let me adjust my mic. I moved it a little bit. Starting at 6th level. Oh, shoot. Starting at 6th level, you can summon a Wisp Fire.
And after this, we need to go back and give the last of the red tools to the other subclasses we did before.
Right, you're right. We're still on Witch. It's been 2 hours. Oh my god, this is... I'm sorry, I'm out of practice, I guess, for writing and for streaming. We've been taking too long. We got one on so many diatribes where it's just... I'm being bad at this. Okay. Wisp Fire needs to be capitalized for no reason. Starting at 6th level, you can summon a Wisp Fire to aid you in battle. You can summon a Wisp Fire to aid you.
ADHD is so good yet so bad.
I know, it's so good. It helps me get ideas. It helps me never get bored with like the things that I'm doing because I hyper obsess over things. But like I'll forget to eat. I'll forget to eat for a long time. Like today, I quickly made myself like I realized I hadn't eaten at like 3 o'clock, and then made a burrito, and then I was like, it took too long to make this burrito because I had to cook all the ingredients and put them together. You eat one? That's not healthy. You should eat more than once per day. I always eat 3 times per day.
Eating is overrated.
Eating is overrated. You know what? You're right. You're right. I try to eat. I shouldn't say I eat 3 times per day. I try to eat 3 times per day. On a work day, I always eat 3 times per day, but on the weekend, it can be a little iffy because it's my own time, and I don't set timers for myself on the weekend to eat when I know I should. Okay. Wisp Fire Lantern, starting at 6th level, you can summon a Wisp Fire.
Tangent.
During your long rest. We'll say... You can summon this once per long day. It doesn't cost you anything to do it. You just get it at the start of every day. Or you can only have one. Yeah, you can only have one Wisp Fire at a time.
Let's get to the stats for the Wisp.
Wisp Fire, yes, I know, I gotta write it, this monster stat block, we're gonna, distraction time, dang it, we're still on the Witch, and now I have to write a monster stat block, because I'm a fool. Alright, copy you, Silksong, paste this here, I don't need to paste that there, what am I doing, new folder, Wisp Fire. Why am I putting this here? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We'll put it here for now, and I will forget that it's here and lose it, which will be very unfortunate. Rename Wisp Fire. Open. What? Oh, is that open? Oh, good. Photoshop's already open. Convenient. Alright, so, name. We're gonna do this really quickly. As quick as we can. We gotta rename everything to Wispfire.
I'm intentionally trying to put off Architect and Shaman. They hard on a comeback from a long break.
Oh my goodness, they're gonna be so difficult. But I already wrote a lot of them. A lot of the stuff for that. So it's not like we're going in totally blind on that one. Wispfire. Size type. Size, tiny. Easy, that's easily a tiny creature.
Tiny.
Tiny. Type, what are wisps? What are their... Are they undead? I think they're undead. So we're gonna probably go elemental. But let me just check. Will-O-Wisp is a tiny undead. Let's see what the Will-O-Wisp stat block is like. Consume life. As a bonus action, the Will-O-Wisp can target one creature it can see within 5 feet of it, has 0 hit points, and is still alive. The target must succeed. Ephemeral.
I say Fey.
Can't carry anything in incorporeal movement. Oh, they have incorporeal. I love incorporeal movement. It's such a cool ability. Variable illumination. Alright, shock. They can shock people? I have never read the Wisp stat block, I'm just realizing. This is all new to me. I guess I didn't find them interesting when I was reading all the monsters. 2d8 lightning damage. That's cool. I didn't know they could do that. It's a melee attack, so we'll use this, but as a burn ability instead of a shock ability. Invisibility... No, they don't get...
What crossing is Wisp is going to be, and Wisp should be an elemental.
What CR is Wisp going to be? Probably challenge rating 1 at the most. But I am leaning toward 1/2, if I'm being honest. Like, it is a pet. It is something that you're bringing with you into combat and into, like, your adventure, and it'll have general uses, but it's not going to be, like, carrying the party. You know what I mean? I'll stick with it as 1/2 for now. What is the original Wisp? The original Wisp is is challenge rating 2. You get it at challenge rating 6. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to basically...
We gutting the Wisp to get a Fire Wisp.
I might not even gut it that much. Like, let's see here. Why did it do that? Do the full half screen, please. Thank you. Will-O-Wisp. Close that. Go away, ad. You don't pay me enough to be here. This is weird. Let me zoom out on that so we can actually see things. Alright, so Wispfire and the Will-O-Wisp. Is it tiny undead? We're gonna go with tiny elemental. They are not related in any way, but people might mistake them as...
Holy Dex at 28.
Holy Dex at 28? Oh my goodness! This thing is more dexterous than most gods. Holy cow. Let me go into this real quick. Tarask. What's the Tarask's dex? It has more dexterity than a Tarask. That's funny. Ancient Red Dragon. That's more... Really? Only 10? They're giant flying lizards! How do they only have 10 in dexterity? That's dumb. Well, I guess it's gargantuan, so maybe that the size is decreasing its dexterity? Kraken. Kraken's gotta have high dex. Do none of the high, like the top...
Wisp is the reason the average for Dex is so big.
Do none of the top challenge rating creatures have dexterity? Empyrean. Thank you. Oh my god. 21 in dex. Still lower, but still. No dexterity saving throw. Dang it. That's funny. That's fine.
Well, that's just staying the physical forms of the gods, as the corporeal forms are unhandable in the mortal realm.
Yeah, they're avatars. Their god avatars are different than their god non-bodies. Alright. Alignment. Same alignment as Summoner. Whoa, look at that. That's amazing. I'm pretty sure that's not how you're supposed to word that, but I can't remember exactly how it's supposed to be worded right now. Well, I'll deal with that later when I'm actually dealing with the, like,
What
final.
about unaligned?
Unaligned? I mean, that means something else
entirely. It has a 19
entirely.
armor.
Unaligned is usually what you give to beasts because they aren't doing things for the sake of good or the sake of evil or the sake of law or chaos or anything. They are just being animals in the woods, you know? I can do unaligned, though. Like, I can see that being a thing. Unaligned. It doesn't matter. I know that some things are actually specified to be same alignment as summoner type thing. Like, that is a thing in some stat blocks. Are wisps sapient? I think they are... yeah, they have intelligence of 1, so yeah, they're sapient. They have no strength, oh my god. What are we gonna do with you?
It has int of 13 and wis of 14.
What do I want to... like, plus 9 to its dexterity is too good. It's too good to pass up. I'm not gonna make it as high. I'm going to reduce this.
They're smarter than the average person.
How about the 17 instead? They're smarter than the average person? Yeah, well, their whole thing is that they trick people, right? Like, they have attacks and things, but their main goal is to, like, they float, like, I know their lore, right? When a creature dies with a certain amount of regret, they become a will-o-wisp. And as a will-o-wisp, they glow in the woods and lead a trail of glowing dots for people to follow so that they can fall off the same cliff that they did, so that they can feed on the life force of the creature that they just killed.
And immunities.
Right? Like, that's their whole gimmick, is they kill creatures by tricking them into traps, and then that creature that they just tricked also becomes a will-o-wisp, and then suddenly you have an infestation of will-o-wisps that break out and are tricking people into dying, so that they can all eat the life force of whatever creature. That's their whole game plan as, like, a creature.
Let's give Wisp 30 dex.
30 dex. I just gave 30 dex, or not 30 dex, 30 intelligence to a challenge rating, what was it, 26? Grandmother Silk. I'm done using those high numbers. We don't need them. I will give them a higher than 20 dexterity, though. What is 17? That would be 24. So, 24 for a plus 7. We'll give it 25 because, I like it. I like this. This guy's pretty cool. And that'll make the... Do they use their dexterity to target? They don't use their dexterity as a spell attack type? That's lame. They gotta use that. What? Look at their resistances. Damage, resistance to... Yeah, because they're just kind of incorporeal little guys. Acid, cold, fire, necrotic, thunder, bludgeoning, piercing, slashing from non-magical attacks. Let's see. Saving throws, you don't need saving throws. Well, this is a summon, so we can go with dexterity saving throw. I know what that sounds like, but dexterity save of plus, what is it? Challenge rating 1/2 would only have a +2 to proficiency, so that'd be +9.
Damn, I underestimated them.
No, will-o-wisps are, like, in terms of damage, they do basically nothing. But, like, they hunt in packs, essentially. And their main goal is to trap humans, or anything, really. They trap anything so that they can keep shocking them until they are at 0 hit points without killing them, so that they can eat. That is their whole hunting plan. They are scary little things if you follow them. But if you don't follow them, they're basically helpless. Like, they really don't have a way to fight back.
They like a slap in the wind in damage.
Because think about this. They only have melee. So if you do an area of effect thunder wave, you're just gonna destroy all of them, you know? In one go, because they only have 22 hit points on average. If they can fly 50 feet per round, that's so fast. I did not know they were that fast. That's so scary. No wonder they're so dexterous. So we're gonna give ours less speed than that. We're gonna give it a fly speed of 30 feet. That's not the right font. We'll go down to regular. Is that the right font? Yeah, it's Scala. Scala's the right
Get
font.
sworn by like 50 of these and you dead.
Yeah, if you let them kill a bunch of people and make more of themselves, you could have a serious problem. But they typically only hunt in like packs of 5 at most. I don't know. I don't know a lot of the Will-O-Wisp lore. Most DMs will use them as like a little breadcrumb trail to trick their players into falling off cliffs, you know? The languages they knew in life, they can talk, that's cool. I like that. Dark vision up to 120 feet. Okay, these guys have some stuff going on. I also underestimated them quite a bit, apparently. Damage vulnerabilities. Should we give this thing any vulnerabilities? I don't
The lore
like...
I know the most about are the gods and dragons.
I mean, they are the most common thing that people write about. Do they
Ice.
have it? Ice? But they're warm. Wouldn't they be more resistant to ice because they're warm? I don't know. That's always been confusing to me. Like, I don't play enough Pokemon to get, like, their whole thing on it. Like, I've never understood why plants are vulnerable to fire in Pokemon. That doesn't make any sense. Plants are typically very resistant to fire because that's one of the most common natural disasters that they would need to be resistant to. Like, if you ever... like, this is gonna sound weird, like, most people probably haven't, but if you ever tried to burn down a tree, it's honestly hard to get it to catch.
The reason is California forest fires.
That's the reason for it? Japan looked at California like, wow, plants are really bad with fire, we gotta do that. That's when a plant is super dried out, too. So it's a little bit of a... I was thinking more pumpkins, gourds type plants, too. And also just trees, because you can't just take a lighter to a tree and, like, expect it to go up in flames. It'll burn, but it won't... The fire won't cling to it, you know?
Yay, it is weird.
Plants are not
What do we
vulnerable
use
to fire.
to fuel fire? Wood, plants.
Those are dead plants. Dead plants and animals are very flammable because we're all carbon-based. But, like, when it's alive, it is able to put up a shell around itself, like bark, to, like, the bark of a tree is very difficult to just catch on its own. You need to dry it out. It needs to be dead for a bit. I'm not a plant person, though. Like, what do I know?
Let's get back on track.
Dang it, I did another tangent. I'm sorry. That was genuinely not on purpose. Damage resistance is fire. Obvious. This feels obvious. Fire. Do we want to do all this? No, it's not. This is all from undead. This is all from being an undead. This is an elemental. Yes. Let's see what... I'm gonna look at fire elementals and see what they're naturally resistant to. We are no longer looking at the Demi-Lich. We are no longer looking at the Wikipedia. Fire. Fire giant, fire snake. Is fire elemental not with... Oh, no, it's right here. Never mind. I'm an idiot. What do they have? They have resistance to bludgeoning.
But you are a rose person.
But you are a rose person. Yeah, I would know. I am not flammable. I have to be dried out first. Bludgeoning, piercing, slashing from non-magical attacks. I can accept that, because it is made of fire. I'm just gonna use this. The same stuff here. Is that going off the page? It is going off the page. Dang it.
And coals and fire.
Alright, and damage immunities, fire and poison. Because it's not eating things. It doesn't have a body to be poisoned, really. It doesn't have organs to be poisoned, rather. Paste fire and poison, so just... It'd be funny to put it in, like, a room of poison gas, and it just ignites it all. Fire form.
The reason the list has so many resistances in immunity is it has 20 average HP.
That's not the reason. The reason is because it's undead. It's its enemy type. Because it's a type of ghost. Ghosts are just naturally resistant to most physical damage types. Yeah, I'm surprised. Was it vulnerable to Radiant? It should have been. It isn't vulnerable to Radiant. Holy cow! I figured it would be. Crazy. Maybe that's why it's got 20. It's because that might be because it has 22 hit points and it's gonna die easily anyway. Even with all these resistances, half damage is only gonna do so much. It'll only last for like 4 attacks in general, which is 1 to 2 rounds in combat for one Will-O-Wisp.
And even the wizard could deck one of these things and kill it.
That's a strong wizard. That wizard took a fire giant potion beforehand. Condition immunities to exhaustion. Yeah, I can see all this. This is fine. I'll do all this too. I didn't even finish reading the list. Exhaustion, grappled, paralyzed, petrified, poisoned, prone, restrained, and unconscious. Let me just go into here, hit enter on that, and also let me move this up a little bit. Eyeball it. That looks like about
we steal
the
in
right
its abilities
spacing there.
because those are fun.
We're stealing because I don't need to reinvent the wheel, and they're made of the same material. They're both fire guys. Fire elemental. What does fire elemental have for stats? You can poison the fire? You can pour poison into a fire and it'll probably douse it. Depending on the poison. Alright, so we're gonna reduce the strength down to 1, because I did like that the original Wisp had 1.
No, chemically. Most poisons are actually very flammable.
Really? I did not know that. Why are most poisons flammable? Why are they combustible? What? Because most poisons are found in nature, right? Like they're taken from plants and animals.
Most, not all.
What would be the benefit of making them combustible? Because it's being made with the stuff you're eating. Is there just a natural byproduct
most natural
of it being
poisons contain carbon, and most artificial poisons contain chemicals like oil.
Oh, cool. Did not know that. Alright, Constitution, it's tiny, so we're gonna go with, like, 8 -1. It's gonna have very low health, which is why I should probably make it a slightly higher challenge rating just to beef up its health. Oh, the Will-O-Wisp was that too, so 450. But that also beefs up its proficiency bonus. What is your proficiency bonus at level... What is your proficiency bonus at level... Or not level, at challenge rating 2? I think that's like 3. I think that's +3.
None.
None? No, you don't get a proficiency bonus at challenge rating 2. But challenge rating 0 still gets the +2. Will-O-Wisp, I'm glad that they get a little picture. I can't tell based off of what the Will-O-Wisp is showing. Let me go in and sort by CR, go into something else that actually has stats I can look at. Gargoyle. They'll have something. They have nothing? No. No! Okay, so they have a bite, so they have a +4 to hit. So, assuming they are using their strength, they get a +2 to their proficiency bonus. Perfect. Yeah, and it says right here. If they have a +2 to the hit to the damage, that means that they are definitely using their strength. So +2 proficiency bonus, dexterity. So yeah, this still stays the same. Saving throw, proficiency in dexterity, +9, damage resistances, damage immunities, condition immunities, all this. Senses, do we need senses for this? Wait, fire elemental, what are your senses? I mean, yeah, I feel like that makes... I know it feels like I'm just copying everything. Like, this, it makes sense that this is what I would want to use. I'm thinking, like, do I need blind vision for anything? Probably not. Let's go in and change this to Bookmania regular, because that's what I like to use for numbers. So I have to make everything harder for myself by changing up... Why did senses move to the side?
It should
No,
have
it moved
blind
it-
vision. It's constantly on fire and lit up.
So is the fire elemental. Dark vision. And we'll go with 60 feet of dark vision. I think that's fine. Passive perception. I haven't done anything with its stats actually. Let me finish up doing that. Intelligence, we'll call it. We'll say that as a relatively low intelligence. Like say it's 7. Wisdom can be a bit higher. We can keep it at 12. And charisma. How cute do we want these things to be? It is fire. I'll call it 10. Simplify the math, make it 10, give it a +0.
Fuck, this thing's dumber than the Wisp.
Is it? That's fine. What is that, a -2? Yeah, it's -2. It isn't the same creature, so they're just gonna fall into different niches in the wild, I guess. So that's gonna give it a +11 for its passive perception. Colony Monarch. It is not a Colony Monarch. That's from the, what was it? The, Carver Hatcher. Fire Form. What is Fire Form? The elemental can move through a space as narrow as 1 inch wide without squeezing. A creature that touches the elemental or hits it with a melee attack while within 5 feet of it takes 1d10 fire damage.
This just a very big fucking downgrade from the Wisp.
Yeah, it is. What were you? We're not gonna give you the Wisp in and of itself. We're rewriting. We're writing our own monster. It's gonna be stronger in other ways and weaker in some ways. It's just how creatures are. It's like saying, "Oh, skeletons are just worse versions of zombies." It's like, no, they just have different stats.
Fucking shite Bolux.
What? You can write your own version of it if you really want to. There's nothing. This is homebrew. Anybody can make this. Everybody's gonna have different ideas of what it should be. If you want to have a creature that'll carry you through every battle, then go for it. That's just not what I'm writing.
I was testing to see what swear words I could get away with.
I see. I thought you were just... I didn't think you were genuinely upset. I just thought it was like a comedic overreaction to what I was saying. What was I doing? Oh, right. Features. What features should this thing have? Fire Form. Let's go with Fire Form. That makes the most sense. Fire Form has a lot, is gonna make this stat block kind of big, though.
It has legendary actions.
Oh my god, legendary actions for this thing? Yeah, after other creatures' turns, it can just cast Meteorite and destroy everybody, and it's also super popular and cool, but it goes to a different school, so you wouldn't know them. I'm sorry.
What's your main class that you use in campaigns?
Cleric. I love Cleric. But I like support. I like being able to heal my friends and buff them and just generally be friendly to everybody. And I love playing Clerics. It's so much fun. Let's get rid of... Or not get rid of, but let's scroll everything down a little bit so I have more space to write. Fire Form. The elemental can move through a space as narrow as 1 inch. Let me... Just so I can actually see things. I am a blind man. I need to zoom in on things sometimes. Oh no! Let me put this over on this side of the screen. Regular... wide without squeezing, a creature that touches the
Mine or
elemental...
any class is a mixture of melee and magic. But I use the 5.5e system, so they're a little bit different.
Oh my goodness, the person who just asked about the class. You're new! Welcome! The TTS doesn't tell me when people are new anymore, because I turned off its thing of mentioning people's names. Welcome to the stream! Mine or any class is a mixture of melee and magic. So, like, paladins, rangers, and warlocks? And bards. Those are like the 4 main like half-casters, I think.
Do you have favorite D&D rulebook and worst rulebooks?
Do I have a favorite rule book? That's a good question. I have no idea
And
what my
those
favorite rule book would
subclasses?
be. Probably Monster Man, not the Monster Manual, but like just like Monster rule books are so fun to read for me. Like just casually, I'll go in and I'll like just read monsters that I like that stand out to me. And just learn as much as I can about their lore. Like, any monster book that goes into, like, the deep lore of a creature I really love is my usual go-to. Love those things. So much fun. Where were we? The Wisp Fire. We're currently writing the Wisp Fire blue tool right now. Oh my god, 2.5 hours and we're still writing the Witch subclass. I gotta go. I don't gotta go anywhere, but like I gotta like speed up.
Tangent number 1000. Shanananan bananananan banananan shanananan banananan gun.
Love that noise. A creature that touches the elemental or hits it with a melee attack while within 5 feet of it takes the 1d10 fire damage. I'm probably gonna go with 1d4 just because it is your ally. Maybe not 1d4, 1d6. We'll go with 1d6.
1d6.
Yeah, you read my mind. Alright, so 1d6. So it's because this is just not, I was gonna say casual damage. It's like, it's not an attack. It's something that will happen automatically when other creatures attack it. So I don't want it to be too high of damage. That would be 4, I believe. In addition, the element... No, that'd be 3. I remember now. Somebody mentioned...
Tiniest chip damage ever.
Tiniest chip damage ever. I mean, chip damage is chip damage. In addition, the elemental can enter a hostile creature space and stop there. The first time it enters a creature space on a turn, the creature takes... We'll go back again. We're gonna go with 1d6. And I don't need to change that. This one, 1d6. Perfect. Fire damage. Look at all that fire damage. It's very dangerous to do this. It's still a little guy.
My favorite classes would be werewolf again. I am not into furry art and cultists.
Werewolf class? I know, who was it that wrote the monster classes book? Because that was something I heard about recently. Was that Pointy Hat? Was that he the one that wrote that book? I haven't read it. I have to go in and read that.
No.
No? Who wrote the monster... Who wrote the monster book? The monster class book? That wasn't D&D Shorts, was it? No. Does he write books? I don't remember. Everything. I can't remember anything. Sorry.
No.
I would look it up, but I keep going on tangent.
And he's now doing a book where he creates a necromancer manta class.
Oh, that's what I'm remembering. I just watched that video the other day. That's right. Thank you. The creature takes 1d6 fire damage. Until someone takes an action to douse the fire, the creature takes 1d6 fire damage at the start of each of its turns. So this is already, like, way better than the original Wisp. This right here is so good to light somebody on fire.
I'm currently doing the playtest for the necromancer class. I'm playing a skeleton army. 1. I forgot the name.
I feel like I should playtest the work that I write, but I'm never going to, because I just don't have a group to play with. and not spoiler alert, but like, just a heads up, I have never playtested anything I've written. I just kind of have an idea of how numbers work in this game, and I hope for the best. I know I'm not, like, amazing as a writer, but I feel like my writing's not bad. All things considered. Where were we? This thing. Oh, hang on, keep going to different tabs. Illumination. The elemental sheds bright light at a 30-foot radius and dim light an additional 30 feet. We can keep that. We're just gonna use all the fire elemental stuff now. It just makes sense. I know it's just copying other people's stuff, but it's fine. It's totally fine. It's different stat block. I promise. just makes it easier because I don't want to reinvent
Let's take
the wheel.
at least one more thing from the wisp.
From the wisp? What do you want to take from it? I'm already taking the shock ability as a burn. I'm just going to rewrite it as burn. Paste that. Elemental sheds bright light. I have to also go in and, because this isn't the fire elemental, I have to redo all of the elemental words and change them to wisp fire at some point. I'll do that later. Or I'll forget, and it'll be a mistake in the video. We'll see. Illumination is done. That one's good. Water
It should
susceptibility.
be smaller since fire elemental is a large while wisp is tiny.
It should be... Oh, you're right, It's a smaller fire. I see what you're saying. It took me a second. I had to reread it because I was listening to the music while you were
Elemental
talking.
just
That's so
means
rude.
fire creature.
I'm
It
sorry.
is an elemental creature.
Elemental just means fire creature? It does mean that, but the creature this is based off of is the fire elemental. And in every other creature stat block, like if I were to just click on the Brass Dragon Wormling, the dragon... Oh, maybe they just use their... I was gonna say, they don't just use their, a type, they use their full name, but maybe they just use their type for some things. The Ghoul? Does Ghoul have it? Ghoul doesn't have anything that has its name in it. Higher challenge rating. Quickly. Cyclops. Great Club, right? No, you don't have anything with your name in it. Drider? With Drider? What is this? Go away. While in sunlight, the Drider. So this says the Drider. I'll keep it as the elemental, it's fine. It's less work for me. The elemental sheds bright light up to, we'll say 10 feet. 10-foot radius, and dim light an additional 10 feet. Shorter range, but still a decent amount of light. It's useful.
They use that classification on any creature with more broad types like dragons.
Do they? I did not know that. I haven't paid enough attention to that sort of thing. And we'll also keep the... Where was it? Fire Elemental's water susceptibility. Make it a little weak to water. Paste that in, please. Thank you. Less writing I have to do. It's very convenient that they already had the rules for that. And I didn't even think of water susceptibility as a rule. I would have completely forgotten that that should be a thing. Don't go to the... Oh, what the heck? That is not what that said. How the heck did that happen? I thought I hit copy on that. I guess I didn't. I guess I just highlighted it and went away. My bad. For every 5 feet the elemental moves in water, or for every gallon splashed on it, it takes 1 cold damage. That's all that happens for water susceptibility? I figured they would go into, like, the rules of what would happen if it were submerged. But if, by this logic, if it's submerged, it only takes 1 cold damage? Because, like...
It's because the fire elementals are conduit to a literal dimension full of fire.
That's true. That's true, that... Because they're made of fire, they're... Like, their fire is their literal life force, so... Okay, I can see that. I haven't given it hit points yet, I gotta go in and do that. Because right now its hit points are gonna be real low, all things considered. It's tiny, so it has a D4. What does the actual Wisp have? We need it to have more than that, at least. It needs to have more health, because it would be awful for players if their once per day summon dies.
So it's gonna have 30 instead of 20.
I think it had like 22 or something. Let me double check. 22, I was right. Alright, so 94, but it has a negative to con, so it has to have, like, we'll call it 20. We'll call it 20d4. How much is 20d4 minus 20? I could simplify the math and just say it has a con of 10, but I kind of want its con save to be low. Wait, why do I care about its con save? It's immune to poison. No, it does not matter. It literally has no... What else do you do con save against, really? Other than, like, blindness and stuff like that. I'll keep it at 8. I'll keep it at 8. I've made up my mind on that. It's fine. But no, because blindness is such a weird thing. It can't be paralyzed, so that's also a con save typically.
It would have fly speed of 40, not 30, please.
I'm keeping it at 30 just because it is a summonable creature. I want it to be able to move on pace with the rest of the party, and not any slower or faster than that. But we'll go with con of.
But look at the dex.
0. But look at the dex. I know. The dexterity isn't just raw speed. It is based on your ability to move, to dodge and move around and be graceful, right? It's not how fast you are, it's more about how much control you have over your movement. And also just how quickly you can react to being attacked because of initiative order. At least that's how I've always thought of dexterity. We'll keep it as is for now. So because it no longer has that, we're gonna reduce this to maybe 15 d4. How's that sound? What is the average for 15 d4? 15 d4. What do we got? 37.5 hit points. You get it at level 6. Does that sound good? A little bit lower. A little bit lower. 12. No. Just let me do it. 12. 12d4. What does that look like? 30? 30 is fine. 30 is fine. I like that. Where am I writing things? Photoshop. What am I thinking? 30 hit points for a summon that you just get every day is pretty good. It's damage resistant to a bunch of things too, and damage immune to a bunch of things too. But it has -1 to con. It has +0 to con now. I changed it because the only things... Think about what con actually does. It gives you plus something to your health. It gives you... and it helps with saving throws against being poisoned. Acid, I think, maybe? Does acid damage do con saves? Maybe. I can't remember. But acid, poison... it helps you resist being blinded and stunned and those sorts of things. Like anything that would affect your physical body. And a lot of those things aren't going to affect this anyway, so Constitution almost doesn't matter aside from health benefits. So making it a +0 just to make the math easier is all I'm doing. I think that like 10 on con is fine. Any more features we want to add to this thing? It's illuminating, it has
the damage
water
that use con are acid, poison, thunder, lightning.
The damages that use con... Acid, poison, thunder, and lightning, yeah, I didn't know about those two. But yeah, like, it makes sense that a living ball of fire could be resistant to, like, thunder waves, to sound, and to, lightning. I assume thunder because you have to resist being deafened, and lightning because you have to resist being paralyzed or stunned. That makes sense. Alright, I think we're good to move on to actions now.
Yay.
Where am I on this thing? I need to go... There we are, actions. We'll move this up here. And start writing actions. What do we want to do for actions? Let's go back to Will-O-Wisp. It's had the shock.
There. The last hour of this stream is just going to be us giving the final red tools to all the other classes.
Yeah, I think we can move on to like the red tools for all the classes we haven't done yet, and just do the shaman and architect next stream. I don't mind doing that because those two are going to be a tough fight. Make this book Mania.
Yay, cool plan.
If we even make it that far, I need to move faster. I've been so slow today. I've been, like, more distractible than usual today.
We should.
Alright, so we're gonna call this Burn. Melee spell attack has a plus... what is it? So we're gonna use Dexterity, because that makes more sense. So plus 7 to hit. This thing is gonna hit all the time. Reach of 5 feet, 1 creature, and it will deal... Yeah, I think we can keep it at 2d8. I mean, I know everything else is 1d6, but I don't mind this being 2d8. Well, let's make it 1d8 because you get it at level 6, and it's a permanent addition to your party. And it'll be fire damage instead of the other thing. And plus it's doing 1d6 with all the other stuff. So, like, 1d6 burning plus the 1d8 damage that you're doing per turn is fine. Oh, burning damage. Fire damage. There we go. So, because you can use your movement to do this, and then your action to do this. So you're doing 1d8 plus 1d6 every turn. Of fire damage. It doesn't get a reaction. Or a unique reaction, rather. It can still make attacks of opportunity, but we don't need to have that written down. Legendary actions does not get. Unfortunately, it does not need that.
Unless you drank it by moving them into their space, then moving them back out. Then, moving them back in and then moving them back out.
Unless you drank it by moving it into the... what? I don't know what that
Wisp
means.
should burst into flames on death, similar to how it is in-game. Break.
I think you're thinking of... what are they called? They're a different type of elemental. What are they called? Dang it! Elemental burst? What is the elemental burst monster? What are they called? I can't remember. I know this. Let me sort by elemental. It'll show up. Filter. Fire elemental. Mephits. That's what I'm thinking. Oh my goodness. It's driving me nuts. But mephits are the things that explode. I don't think this thing needs a burst ability, a self-destruct. I think it's fine as is. Because then we're getting too far into the,
I mean in Silksong.
Soul familiar territory. I know Wispfire is just another
but funny
thing for the glowing womb. It's like a full replacement for that, but I don't want it to be... I want it to be its own unique thing from Silksong to Hollow Knight, class-wise. I want them to be unique. And they are very unique from each other, but I kind of want to stay away from giving it too many abilities that could be shared by the Soul Familiar that I wrote. What am I doing? Oh, right. Image, trim. Okay. So this one is good to go. I think it's solid. Like, it's somewhat useful, but not incredibly so. I didn't give it any languages,
1 hour
dark
left.
vision, challenge rating. Yeah, I think this is all good. Alright, so file, save, and close it down. We're done here. Goodbye, Fire Wisp. I should have given it a PNG, but it's too late now. Oh, it's fine. It's fine. We're fine. Okay. So, is that everything? I think that's everything for, Witch. You know, yeah, we'll do Architect and Shaman next stream. I'll say that I'm going to think about these a lot, but I'm probably not, because I'm actively writing and editing a video right now, so I have other things that I'm doing. This doesn't need to be red anymore. I don't know why I made it red to begin with. Alright, let's look at what red tools we have for the next hour, and then I will quit streaming and go sleep.
Set 1 hour 45 to 1 hour 15 minutes left.
1 hour 15 minutes left. 1 hour 15 minutes left. Oh yeah, you're right. I was looking at the clock wrong. Okay. Hunter, what do you have? You get 1 red tool. What red tool should Hunter get? Let's remind ourselves what the Hunter's all about. I think they were, like, very much, like... What were they? They were, like, a moving around type. Like, they were survivalist.
Sting Shard.
Like, they have Sting Shard, so
We
they
have
set
to look at
traps.
the big boy list of red tools.
Yes. So I'm just reminding myself what they do in general. Once per long rest, for 1 round, when you take the attack action, both your attacks deal an additional 3d8 damage while using your specialized weapons. Holy
Mark
cow.
Cogfly for Architect.
This should be 2d8, shouldn't it? That's fine. It's once per long rest. So this is like a... What is it? Wreath of Purity, too, and Ascendant's Grip, so you're moving around. What did I do for Wreath of Purity? You gain advantage on saving throws against monstrosities and beasts. Non-magical features that would have you make saving throws. That's cool. Holy cow. I forgot I wrote that. I love that. That's amazing. I really like that. Alright. Enough tooting my own horn. Did I come up with that, or did somebody else come up with that? I feel like I completely forgot about that one. That's really cool. What do we want to do for their
To the
red
big
tool?
boy tool.
Yeah, I know. I'm so easily distracted. Cogwork Wheel. No. Curve Claw, Pin Pillow, Throwing Ring.
Curve Claw.
Curve Claw. I like Curve Claw. What else do we have? I kind of wanted to do a trap for them, but Curve Claw is actually really cool.
Or Throwing Ring.
I like Curve Claw more than Throwing Ring, honestly. Because, like, what did I do for Curve Claw? Curve Claw is a crazy complex thing that I wrote. Here, let me get rid of some of those. We can go all the way back to Curve Claw. It might be like one of the first ones. Nope. Cogfly is. Get out of there. Cogwheel, Crunch Cutter, Curve Claw. Curve Claw. Look at this. I had to do a diagram just to explain how Curve Claw works. An arch-shaped blade used by hunters to take down moving prey. When you throw a Curve Claw, you can bend its movement using the weave, allowing you to choose a direction for the line to follow. For every 5 feet the Curve Claw travels, you can choose to change its direction by 5 feet to the left or right of the line's current trajectory, changing its projected line direction. So basically, if the Curve Claw is here, it's about to go through this straight line, you can change it to go that way or that way, and if you do, its new line follows, like, the itself and the previous square's line, essentially. And from there, you can choose left or right again. And you can keep doing that forever. for as long as the line attack goes, which is 60 feet, apparently. So it can it's a crazy modular, almost. Not modular. It's a crazy controllable line attack where you can just go through and just, like, hit a bunch of creatures at once. I purposely made the length of the line shorter just because I knew people could abuse it kind of heavily if they just kept moving it from side to side. But yeah, Curve Claw is very complex, it's very cool, I like it. Let's do Curve Claw. Works for the Hunter. That works thematically for Hunter. Alright, 1 red. I don't know why I got rid of that, but... Curve Claw. This is not going to take an hour to do this. We'll go ahead and delete that. No, not tab, this button, because this is how I have it set up. Okay. No, not that. There. Separate those. Alright, Curve Claw. Done with that. Reaper, how many red tools do you get? 1. You get 1 red tool. And I didn't choose the yellow tool for you yet. I have to do that still. Yeah, I think we've given away a lot of yellow tools now. I think we have enough space to give
Yeah,
away
we can
theirs.
do that right now.
Yeah, let's do that. So, Reaper, you get 1 red tool. Let's decide on that real quick. What is your whole
Threefold
gimmick?
pin.
3-fold pin for that Reaper? That feels very underwhelming. For the Reaper, what do you do? After you hit a creature with your specialized weapon, you gain silk. You can gain a silk spool back. So you're all about gaining silk. You're like, yeah, your whole thing is you get silk from taking damage. I need to fix your needle strike at some point, but I haven't yet. Let's actually set myself up to do that real quick. Wrong button. There we go. So I'll rewrite that as well. We'll rework Reaper a little bit. And I might not even do the, like, what they do in the game. I might just come up with something original since it's so similar to what I'm gonna do with, Witch. I might figure something else that's gonna be weird. I don't know. I don't know yet. But, red tool. Let's go down and see what we got. Alright, so it can summon somebody. Like, this is the Cogwork Wheel is just straight up a summon. Curve Claw we just did. Pin Pillow. I kind of like Pin Pillow for Reaper, but I'm not really attached to it, if that makes sense. Flint Slate? No. Flint Slate should go to Beast, probably, if they have another red tool, but I don't think they do. Ooh, Needle File. Needle File, maybe? Silk Shot. Silk Shot. Silk Shot's the one.
Needle Fill.
No, Silk Shot costs silk. It should cost silk. The red tool should cost silk since they're the silk regeneration subclass. Is there anything
Silk
else
Shot.
that costs silk? Is there anything else that costs silk? Snare Setter might. I don't remember. But I'm gonna go with Silk Shot. Silk Shot is such a great tool. Wait, what am I doing? Silk Shot doesn't cost... It doesn't cost any... shell shards, if I remember correctly. Let me reread Silk Shot. Alright, we're on C. LMNOP, QRS, Snare Setter, and Silk Shot. Oh good, they're right next to each other. How convenient. Alright, Silk Shot. An ancient weapon of the Weavers that has 3 different modes of fire. As an action, you can fire the Silk Shot in any mode you choose. Forge mode. At the cost of 1 ammunition, which, it will cost shell shards to make an ammunition.
Shard.
Yeah, it costs per ammunition, but it doesn't cost shell shards to make the thing. To make the gun itself. That's what I was getting confused about. You can make a ranged tool attack using the Silk Shot, dealing 5d10 piercing damage on a hit. Because you get it at level 13, it does a decent amount of damage. Architect mode. At the cost of 3 ammunition, you can make a ranged tool attack, firing a 3-round burst, dealing 15d10 piercing damage on a hit. Can you tell I was in the army for a little bit? This is basically just based on the M16. And the Weaver mode, at the cost of 1 ammunition and 7 silk spools. 7 silk spools? I made this cost a lot. The Silk Shot fires a concentrated beam of threaded weave in a 100-foot line in a direction of your choice. Each creature in the line must make a dexterity saving throw. A creature takes 5d10 radiant damage on a failed save, or half as much on a successful one. This tool's maximum capacity will increase later. So, I like Silk Shot still. Let's see what Snare Setter says. A trap-setting tool created by the Weavers to lay a silk rune that ignites when a creature comes into contact with it. When you use this tool, you inscribe a glyph that harms other creatures upon a surface such as a table or a section of floor or wall. The glyph can cover an area no larger than 10 feet in diameter. If the surface is moved more than 10 feet from where you use this tool, the glyph is broken. The glyph ends without being
No, we should
triggered.
change Witch and give it this.
Give this to Witch? Yeah, I could see that. what did we give Witch for red tool? What, Conch Cutter? I think it was Conch Cutter. We'll definitely swap it. The most typical triggers include touching or standing on a glyph.
Pim Pillow.
Pim Pillow? Did we give Pim Pillow? Oh, no, we gave it Volt Vessel. I like Volt Vessel, though. The most typical triggers include touching or standing on the glyph, removing another object, covering the blah, blah, blah. Once a glyph is triggered, it disappears. When triggered, the glyph erupts with magical energy in a 20-foot radius sphere centered on the glyph. The sphere spreads around corners. Each creature in the area must make a wisdom saving throw. Why did I put wisdom? A creature takes 10d10 force, necrotic,
How do
or
I feel like Vault Vessels
psychic
should
or
only
radiant
be a
damage.
red tool for the Architect?
You want to give Volt Vessel to Architect? I could do that. The reason we gave Volt Vessel to Witch was because it's an area of effect, like, map controlling one thing. This Snare Setter is a trap. Like, it is something you set and leave for creatures to run into. And I guess Witch can fit into that category too. But Snare Setter
Area
just...
of effect.
That is... Yeah, area of effect to you too. What? I need more information.
Trap.
I'm so confused. The trap is area of effect, but all traps are kind of area of effect. It's just... I categorize them differently in my brain of like, this is a spell you cast or an item you use that explodes in an area of effect instantly, versus a trap that you can set and leave behind to like slow creatures down or harm them from a distance without you having to actively target them. Or half as much damage on a successful whatever saving throw. I'm still kind of leaning towards Silk Shot for Reaper. It has to be Silk Shot. Has to be. Reaper. Silk Shot or bust. Let's do Silk Shot.
Reaper should get 3-fold pin instead of long pin.
3-fold pin instead of long pin?
Silk Shot.
Does Reaper get... Long pin uses silk, though. The reason we did this is because long pin uses silk. Or it can use silk. Rather. This is the silk subclass. It makes sense for I was gonna say her because it's Hornet, but it makes sense for them to use silk. Long pin. Well, the way I wrote it, it's just the gimmick of the... I wanted every red tool to have a gimmick. A weighted pin and half formed to pierce tough shells. As an action, you can make a ranged tool attack. On a hit, the target takes piercing damage equal to 4d6 plus your tool ability modifier. Before throwing the long pin... I made a mistake here, I gotta fix that. Before throwing the long pin, you can spend 2 silk spools to tie 30 feet of silk to the end of it. If a creature is hit, that is no more than one size larger than you, you can make a contested athletics check to pull the creature 10 feet toward you. Additionally, the silk can be used as climbing gear if you throw the long pin into a structure or wall. So yeah, it uses silk. That's why we chose long pin for that. I didn't put silk in a lot of the red tools, honestly. Very few of them have it. Silk Shot. Silk Shot is one word, I think. Sure. Sure it is. Ignore all. Okay. And there's so much Reaper stuff I gotta write. Dang it. Needle Strike. What do I do for your Needle Strike? I don't know. I don't know what to do.
We have the time to remake it.
I'm gonna do something weird. This was my initial thought. And it's kind of like the Paladin Divine Smite. Like, you can use silk to add a small amount of radiant damage. How's that? Like, as a basic idea. I'm gonna go more into it if people have other ideas or better
No,
ideas.
that sounds great.
I think so too.
Why Radiant?
Why Radiant? Just because that's the default damage type I've been using for things that add silk to things. I guess, I mean, what was Hunter's? What was Hunter's Naval Strike? I want to make sure I'm not stepping on any other creature's toes. Any other subclass's toes. Once prolonged rest for 1 round. When you take the attack action, both attacks deal an additional 3d8 damage while using your specialized weapons. So it's basically doing the same thing. Okay. I don't know what to do with this one. Should I just make it a cone? A 10-foot cone or something? Or 15-foot?
It should say weapons damage.
Ah, whoops, I didn't mean to delete all of that. Control Z, please. Okay, there it goes.
For Hunter.
It should say weapon damage. Let me reread it. 1 second. Once
It should be a
rest.
cone.
For 1 round.
The only cone we have as a damage type is for Architect, but that's a weird reverse cone.
It's a weird reverse cone. It can be a cone. There's not enough. I didn't want it to, like, the whole reason I'm changing it is because I didn't want it to match Witch. But now it's matching Architect, or it's matching Hunter. There's too many subclasses. There's no way to not do something that hasn't already been done before. Ah, okay. When you use your bind feature, you can choose to gain... No, that's not it. Once per day, as an action, you create a giant drill and attack with it. Each creature in a 15-foot cone, but but the wider part is toward you. I didn't know how to word it, so I just put that in. Must make a dexterity saving throw. On a failure, they take Delver's Drill damage. On a success, they take half. Once per day, as an action. Alright, let's see what I can do with this. Reaper, what do I do? What do I do with you?
Hunter just says 3d8 damage. It should say weapon damage.
As an action, you can make a cone. As an action, you swing your specialized weapons.
Okay,
in
sign.
an arch. Hunter just says 3d8 damage, but it should say weapon. Oh, I see what you're saying. You strike once prolonged rest for 1 round. When you take the attack action, both your attacks deal an additional 3d8 weapon damage while using your specialized weapons. Okay. What one are we on? We're on Reaper. I'm getting lost. What is happening with this stuff? You do not provoke up. Oh, I see. I see what I did. Silk shot, needle strike. Okay, there we are. As an action, you swing your specialized weapon in an arch. Hitting creatures. In an arch. How do I want to word this? You, in a, how about this, in a 15-foot cone in a direction of your choice. As an action, you swing your specialized weapon in a 15-foot cone in a direction of your choice. I know that range is too long, too. That should be 10-foot, not 15-foot. And I'll make it... Okay, so the range is shorter than everybody else's, which is fine. We'll say it's an action instead of anything else. In a direction of your choice. Because I think everybody else is like once per day as an action. But because this one is not that great comparatively, we could just say it's an action, and everybody in that cone can take the damage. Actually, which are we on? We're on Reaper, so they have glaive. Yeah, it's 10 foot. Yeah, it's 10 foot. Okay, I'm just making sure. As an action, you swing your specialized weapon in a 10-foot cone.
Except Beast, because Beast doesn't get anything at like level 6.
Oh, that's true. I guess I made Beast a lot stronger, too. As an action, swing your specialized weapon in a 10-foot cone in a direction of your choice. Each creature in the area must make a dexterity saving throw or take your weapon's damage. Or take your weapon's damage on a fail.
700,000 dex check class.
Taking your weapon's damage on a failure. That's not how you spell failure. I failed to spell failure. Alright. Half damage on a success or no damage? Well, if it's an action. If it's an action, no damage on failure. Or on success, rather. But if it's once per day, we can increase. I would feel better increasing the range and making it half damage on a success. I'll keep it like this for now. Alright, and what do we have for yellow tools? What do we have left in the list for yellow tools? I didn't even move to the thing. Alright. Yellow tools. We have Shard Pendant, Shell Satchel, and Spider Strings. Okay. What do we want to give the Reaper? Spider Strings expands and strengthens the effects of the Needlein.
Spider Strings.
Shell Satchel increases the quantity of crafted tools. That should definitely go to... we'll make that blue for now, because that has to go to Architect. And Shard Pendant allows one to collect more shell shards from defeated creatures. Also that should also go toward Architect. I don't know how many yellow tools Architect gets, but yeah, Spider Strings is the only one that makes sense that's left, rather. Let me just do that, separate things. Spider Strings. Alright, so this is level 18, so you should have all of your music abilities at this point anyway, but let me double check. What do we have at level 19? Yeah, everything. You get everything at level 18. What exactly is the musical abilities? Let me double check on that. Alright, so extra attack, Cling Grip, Claw Line, Silk Heart, Vesta Crest, ability, Fade Down Cloak, Needlein, level 14. When you reach 10th level,
there are later level abilities.
When you reach 14th level, as an action, you can spend a silk and begin to play an instrument to force any creature of your choice within 30 feet that can hear your music to make... I'm just gonna simplify that to that can hear you. To make a charisma saving throw against your silk save DC. On a failure, the creature suffers the stunned condition and begins singing their inner thoughts. You can maintain this feature as an action, spending silk each round. What was just told to me? There a later level ability? Yeah, level 14. Level 15, Elegy of the Deep. When you reach 15th level, you learn to play one of the songs of your people. One creature of your choice within 60 feet that can hear you must make a wisdom saving throw against your Silk Save DC. If you are fighting... Is it the same type of saving throw? This is charisma, this is wisdom? That's fine. If you are fighting the creature, it has advantage on the saving throw. On a failed save, the target becomes charmed. 60. This is a 60-foot radius. This is a 30-foot radius. I might... Okay, this is gonna seem dumb, but I'm gonna reduce this. No, because they're different. They're fundamentally different. When you reach 14th level, as an action, you can spend a silk and begin to play an instrument and force any creature of your choice within any... Like, so all the creatures of your choice, or no, I guess any creature is one target. Any creature of your choice within 30 feet that can hear you to make a charisma saving throw against your Silk Save DC. Failure, the creature suffers the stun condition. What I'm thinking is that this will just increase the Needle and Elegy of the Deep range by like 30 feet each. So like Elegy of the Deep can be increased to like 90 feet, which isn't as useful, but Needle in... What do I want to do? I don't know.
I think there's one more song-based ability.
There is, but it's Beastling Call. Beastling Call isn't applicable to this. When you reach 17th level, you learn to play one of the songs of your people. While playing the Beastling Call, you summon and form a bond with a Bell Beast. While in combat, the Bell Beast takes its turn after yours and will follow your commands both in and out of combat. The Bell Beast can be used as a mount. Both in and out of combat, the Bell... I don't need to specify both in and out of combat. You gain mounted proficiency while riding the Bell Beast. Yeah, I think that makes more sense to word it that way. That's what I intended with that. I just didn't write it very well. Alright. What do I want to do?
Also, lances do extra damage when you're riding So Reaper. Does extra damage for riding Bell Beast.
Yeah. I don't see why not. Like, it's a mount, right? Like, I imagine... I don't know any of the mounted rules, if I'm being honest. I need to reread them, and so I can better write this class feature, but that's what I'm writing for now. You just gain proficiency with... so you can do mounted combat, essentially. What do I want to do? How about this? It's a level 18 ability. I want it to be really strong. Did I intend for Needle to target one creature, or every creature within 30 feet of you? Suffers the stun condition and begins singing their inner thoughts. You can maintain this feature as an action, spending a silk each round. I'm gonna... If it's one, then I'm gonna change any to A, because any creature implies all. I think it implies, like, oh, any creatures within 30 feet of you, you can pick however many you want. And we'll increase the range to 60 feet, I suppose, for this, but that feels underwhelming, right? Like, that feels very underwhelming. I'm trying to think of something here. Because, like, my brain is like, what if it was a 10-foot range and every creature that could
Maybe
hear
make
you.
him now be able to target multiple people for more silk.
Maybe make it target more people with spider strings. How about this? Starting at 18th level. Level. I keep saying level. Alright, starting at 18th, or writing level. Starting at 18th level, you can target up to 3 creatures when using... Starting at 18th level, when you use the... what is it called? I don't even remember what we called it. Needle-in feature. When you use the needle-in feature, you gain a range of... or rather, not you gain... your range... yeah, your range... I'm trying to think. I was gonna say, should it be your effective range? But that doesn't make sense. No, I don't think any D&D term uses that word in that way. Your range increases to 60 feet. And you can now target up to 3 creatures of your choice. Alright, I think that's pretty good. That's a very strong increase to that one specific ability. I'm happy with that. Spider Strings was always going to be a little weird anyway. Wanderer, what are your red tools? Oh my god, this is taking so long. Oh, you don't have any red tools. We're done with you. Beast doesn't have any red tools, which we already did the red tools for. We did it! We're done! Okay. Was there anything else I wanted to write for these? We can get started on Architect since we still have 40 minutes. Okay. Oh, cool. Architect already has Volt
Yay,
Vessels.
Architect.
Volt Vessel Spear, but that's at level 6, and that's way too strong for you, buddy. Volt Vessel is level 13. You
Snare Setter for Witch
fool.
instead of Volt Vessel.
Snare Setter for Witch instead of Volt Vessel? Oh, that's right, we were debating that. I like Volt Vessel more, though. I like Volt Vessel a lot more. I'll do it. You know what, you're right. I thought about it, I debated it with myself for a second, I was like, but Snare Setter's more, like, on theme. Is it Snare Setter 1 word or 2 words? I don't remember. No, I'm going the wrong way. Pimple, Silk Shot, Snare Setter, it's 2 words. Silksong and Hollow Knight are weird about what is 2 words and what is 1 word. For some things. Architect gets all of their red tools at 6th level, unfortunately. So all of the red tools that they get for free are gonna be lower level. Which sucks for them, but that's fine. I would be willing to give them 1 9th level one, though, too. Cogwork Wheel could work for them, thematically at least. They're not, I mean, it's not an engineer, it's an architect, but still, it kind of fits. I don't know.
That Volt Vessel.
That Volt Vessel. Volt Vessel's too strong for a 6th level. It's too much damage. It's way too much damage. 3-fold pin, Conch Cutter. Conch Cutter fits because it's a drill. This drill is the drill that will pierce the heavens. I'm gonna give them Conch Cutter for now, and I'll see how I feel about it later.
Garan Logon.
Hell yeah. Love that show. I gotta rewatch
Conch
that
was
show.
given to which?
It was given to which? There's not enough red tools. There are 8 options, and there are 9 possibilities of red tools for the initial. How do I want to word this in this sentence? Jeez. If you count out the amount of red tools that each crest starts with, it comes out to be 9, and I only have 8 total here. Oh, it's over here on my other screen. I was like wondering why it wasn't showing up, but so there was always going to be at least 1 duplicate. Because what is this? This one starts with 3. This one's 1, so 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. It has to have 1 duplicate. And I'm pretty sure we have more than 1 duplicate because I didn't want to give straight pin to anybody because that's such a lame starter. Alright, Architect. So we have these 3, and then at level 18 I wrote this, but even though that's not even true anymore, I don't think. Is it? No, wait, these are all right. Dang it. Let's see. Evelyn, Fade on Cloak. What? I have too many things open. I think it's this one. Yep.
You can delete the at level 18.
I know. I need to move it down here to the actual level 18 stuff. So actually, let's just get rid of this entirely. I don't need it. Alright, so. Our options we need 2 blue tools and 2 yellow tools. I believe, is that right? Holy cow, you get a lot of stuff.
Yo, what's good?
Yo, Beans! This is not your first chat message, apparently. I don't recognize your username, I'm sorry. I haven't streamed for like 2 weeks, though. How's it going?
Polyp Pouch and Quick Sling.
Polyp Pouch and Quick Sling. I do like Quick Sling.
Give him the blue highlighter tools.
Like these are already kind of like they have to. It's the red tool subclass. It has to have the things that benefit
It's been
that.
a minute since I popped in. Nothing has really happened, HBU.
We are currently writing the Silksong class for D&D 5th edition. I don't know if pardon me. It's been a while. You might have been watching my streams back when I was only doing video games, maybe? Or maybe you were around when I started writing D&D content. I don't know, but I'm writing D&D content on stream now as a main thing. And right now we are writing the Silksong class for D&D, and we are working through the crests
I've actually been using your
subclasses.
vessel class for a minute.
Okay, good. Right. I think that's what a lot of people started calling it, was like the knight class or the vessel class. But the reason I didn't choose that as its name is just because I wanted the video to be successful, and I was afraid that if I had called it that, it wouldn't be... Like, Hollow Knight just has better...
we already
brain
know the
recognition.
yellow tools. We just now need to decide on the blue tools.
Yes.
You're more recognizable.
Exactly. I've explained that one a lot. I tend to repeat myself. I'm sorry. What do we want to do for blue tools? That's a good question. Well, let me write down the yellow tools just so I have them here. What's the first one? Shard Pendant.
Polyp Pouch.
Polyp Pouch, right, 100%. Thank you for reminding me. Imagine all that, like, we get here and I just forget to give them Polyp Pouch and I just never use it. Polyp Pouch. Is that not how you spell polyp? That's how they spell it, at least. Right. And one more.
No lifeblood file wouldn't be the worst.
Lifeblood file for... Huh, I could see it. I could. I just... The thing is, Lifeblood file is, like... Or Plasmium file, rather.
No to Brooklyn.
It's, like, level 17, and so red tools that are granted at level 6. So it would be way too strong. I could see it though. I could see it. I could write something to balance it. I might do that later, but I'm not going to focus on that right now. We gotta 30 more minutes. We gotta write stuff. What else do we have? We have Shell Satchel. That's what this is supposed to be. So we'll write that. And what should be the last blue tool? We have Polyp Pouch.
Quick Sling.
Quick Sling? Allows Hornet to
Now
throw
the
2
last
red
blue.
tools instead of 1, but they are not free. They still cost shell
I was
shards.
thinking it would be the effect of like 1 bonus action for the effect of like 1 healing word on yourself.
I was thinking, what? For what? What happened? I was thinking it would be the effect of 1 bonus action for the effect of 1 healing word. How did I write the... I don't remember how I wrote... That's Volt Vessel. What is it called? The Plasmium file, so it would be under P... There it is. A spear file containing Plasmium. Injecting the liquid allows one to gain health beyond their natural limits. As an action, you can inject yourself with the Plasmium file, granting yourself 2d4 temporary hit points. Temporary hit points gained through this tool can stack up to a total of 20. Gaining temporary hit points from any other source will replace your temporary hit points from this one as usual. After reaching 20 temporary hit points with this tool, you will gain health regeneration for 1 hour. At the start of each turn, you will regain up to 10 hit points that were lost since the end of your last turn. You cannot regain hit points that were lost before the end of your last turn using this regeneration. This regeneration will not heal you if you are reduced to 0 hit points. For example, if you have 20 hit points and take 15 damage, reducing you to 5 hit points in 1 round, then at the start of your next turn, you will heal 10 back up to 15. If in the next round of combat you take 5 damage, reducing you to 10, then at the start of your next turn, you will only heal 5, bringing you back up to 15 again. I read that kind of quickly. I hope that is understandable. The way I wrote it, like, it's like people can look at this and be like, oh, I get what it means, but like it's hard for me to tell because I'm the one that wrote it and I already know what I mean by it. You know what I mean?
Makes sense.
Makes sense? Thank you. Okay, perfect. So Plasmium File does not heal that much, but it heals a good amount. Like, this is life-saving juice.
Kinda like a vampire's Regan.
I think that's what I originally based this on, and then I gave it like the limitation of like you can only heal any damage you took since your last turn.
Plasmium overdose.
Yeah. Plasmium overdose. I've never used that in the actual video game. I have to try that. I've heard it like is insanely broken. Like it's better than the old honey charm or
it is.
bee charm. But it's really hard to get it to work because you have to have max. You have to have max, either max whatever it's called, the tool slots, or you need to like go in and find the plasmium seeds around the map and add that to your tools. All right, so we have everything that we've chosen for this class, but I didn't write it down. What was it called? Quick Sling. I knew that.
Well, Thar, or you can get the crest that lets you refill your tools.
Well, that, or you can get the crest that lets you refill your tools. That's what we're doing. Oh, right, you're talking about the video game. Yeah, Architect. Architect is, like, I know Architect is a lot of people's favorite crest because of its ability to just spam red tools like crazy. It can be very easily broken. Alright, so, Polyp Pouch. What did I actually do for that? You can craft an impromptu red tool. That's right, the impromptu
My baby
system.
beast.
I like the way Architect came out. I'm really happy with it. I am a Wanderer crest main in the video game, personally. I love Wanderer. It's just like Hollow Knight, and Hollow Knight is my favorite video game. So, of course, I like the one that plays like Hollow Knight. Alright, so, Polyp Pouch. You can add poison to your red tool damage. Okay. How much damage? This is level 18. This is level 18, so it's just a straight damage increase to all of your red tools. I don't want it to be limited to just poison either. I want it to be like elemental damage. Like you can add poison.
4d6.
4d6? I like that number. Honestly, I'd go a little higher since it's level 18. If I'm being honest. Like, alright. I don't want to do this. You don't. This is a class that does not get silk. I have to remember that. You. How do I want to do? I'm like trying to figure out how I want. I was gonna be like, you can add for when you craft the red tool. If you spend more shell shards on it, you can add an additional elemental damage type to it, but that doesn't work because say you make it to level 18 and you already have a huge stockpile of red tools in your inventory. How it would be very complicated to then differentiate those red tools from the new ones that now have the big elemental boost.
Every instance of damage taken from a tool, add an extra damage die of the tool.
That's a very simple way of doing it. I did want to make the red tools more variable in their damage types using this too. Trying to think. And just adding an extra die to every one of them, it would work, but I'm trying to think, like, there are cons to that, because it's like, that's like a one-size-fits-all sort of thing. But I guess I'm doing that for all of them anyway. I'm trying to think, what do I want to this thing to actually do? I might come back to that and figure that out in a minute. Quick Sling. Quick Sling, Quick Sling, what does this actually do? It increases the amount of red tools you can throw at once, right? That's what it's written as. Allows Hornet to throw 2 red tools instead of 1, but not for free, so it still costs shell shards. How about this? Quick Sling, you can... I hit a button I didn't mean to hit. When you spend...
Use twice the amount of tools per turn.
When you spend your action using a red tool, you can... I don't want it to just be you get to use 2 and without any additional cost. Then it's just a straight up upgrade to what you were currently doing. It should be a choice that the player is making. I am choosing to use... when I choose to use my action on a red tool, I can then choose to use my bonus action. When you spend your action using a red tool, you can spend your bonus action.
This is level 18.
This is level 18, I know. You can... But this is essentially giving you 2 red tools per turn instead of 1. And that's what I'm writing. That is what I'm writing, to be sure. When you use your action using a red tool, you can spend your bonus action using another red tool. So, like, you can choose to use a different red tool if you want. This is good. I like this. This isn't how I'm going to word it for the actual class. I'm going to sharpen it up using more D&D terms, but, like, this is the basic idea. When you spend your action, you get to use your bonus action.
Are there any tools that take a bonus action?
I don't think so, but let me double check. Casting time, 1 action, 1 action, 1 action, 1 action, 1 bonus action for Flint Slate. Flea Brew is an action, Delver's Drill, Cutter, all of these are actions. I should have started at one end and went to the other. Shoot. Action. Attack action, what's this? Straight pin is the attack action. Okay, so let's reword it. When you spend your action using a red tool, you can then spend your bonus action using another red tool that would normally cost an action. There. That was my intention behind it, but there. Just to specify that you can now use your bonus action to throw 2 conch cutters instead of 1 on your action. It costs both your action and your bonus action to do it, but you can do it. I like it. Quick Sling is great, and it's great for Architect because you're all about red tools. You're just going to be throwing them out nonstop anyway. What was your thing? You can craft an impromptu red tool as an action. Impromptu red tools are less sturdy and must be used within 1 minute after crafting. Impromptu red tools do not need to be one of the 3 red tools you chose to equip during your long rest. Alright, I like it. When you use your bind feature, you can choose to
Can you
gain
still
shell
use
shards
red
instead.
tools that do not come with the class?
Can you still use red tools that come with... Yeah, of course. So... Or the subclass, rather. So these things are... The way that I'm going to write these red tools, it's not like these are the only ones you can use and you're locked out. You have access to all of the red tools. You can craft them during your long rest for all of them, or during an action if you are Architect, because you get that impromptu one. But what these are free red tools. These will not cost you shell shards. You get 1 conch cutter, 1 delver's drill use, and 1 cog fly for free. Which, like, the delver's drill for Architect is going to be permanent. Like that, now that I think about it, like you gain +1 to hit with your... blah, blah, blah. Like, the way I'm going to write the Delver's Drill one for Architect is like, this is your weapon. This is your main weapon. As an action, you can use to attack it, and then starting at level 18, you can use your Delver's Drill as an action and a bonus action to attack. So you get 2 attacks at level 18, finally, for Architect. Or you could do 2 attacks normally, but you just wouldn't get your proficiency... Or not proficiency, your specialized weapon bonuses for regular weapons. Polyp Pouch. Polyp Pouch. How do I want to write Polyp Pouch? When you craft a red tool, you can imbue it with, or maybe not imbue it. You can make it stronger. I don't know. When you craft a red tool, you can, I'm gonna go back to imbue, or you can imbue it with elemental damage type
Infuse.
of your choice.
When you use a red tool,
Imbibe?
you may spend additional shell shards to add RD.
I can do infuse. The wording here doesn't matter. I think infuse gets the same idea across anyway. When you use a red tool, you may spend additional shell shards to add
To infuse a DAV type.
to infuse a damage type. When you craft a red tool, you can infuse it with an elemental damage type of your choice. Choose... I'm just gonna say an element of your choice. Choice at the cost of... I don't know. How many shell shards should this cost in addition? Should it be 1 solid number, or should it be like half of the half, like 1.5 times what the normal cost is. I think it should be one solid number to make
Half.
them half is weird because the moment I said it out loud, I was like, that won't work because you're now forcing people to be like do quick math, I guess, when normally they wouldn't have to. D&D uses dice whenever you're doing math, and that's just a random
1/3 rounded down.
1/3 rounded. No, half is pushing it for me. I'm not doing a third. We're not doing anything like that. Double and half are terms that aren't very rarely used in D&D. Third is never used, I don't think. When you craft a red tool, you can infuse it with an elemental type of your choice at the cost of additional shell shards.
Third is used for Moon Druid.
Is it? Why? For what's the context for it? That's so weird. Choose one of...
Saying a third would put you on a cross.
Saying a third
CR
would put you on a
Beast
cross?
1/3 rounded down.
CR Beast 1/3 rounded... What? That's weird. Why? What? Why? That's wild to me. I don't like the way druids in general are balanced. I think they're too strong, personally.
So level 20 you can wild shape into a CR6 beast.
Yeah, like, I get the concept. I just think it's weird to have to, like, pull out your calculator while you're playing D&D. Like, there's... Like, obviously you can do that when you're, like, counting up your dice, but, like, it never feels like a mandatory tool for the game. But if you're doing thirds...
It's simple math for me.
It suddenly becomes more mandatory. You know, like, what is a third of 19? I don't know that off the top of my head. I know what a third of 18 is. That's 6, but... Is it 6?
In 5.5,
yeah, it's 6.
druids got shot out back.
20? Wouldn't that be 7? Because 21. It's closer to 21. Or, no, it's rounded down. You're right, it's rounded down. But I could see, like, some players and DMs would have to pull out a calculator for that. They wouldn't be able to do that off the top of their head. And that's, like, I don't want to add more tools to the game. Like, more mandatory tools to the game. They got shot out back like they got nerfed. That's good. I never liked the balancing for druids. It always felt too strong. They should not be able to wild shape more than like once a day. It's too strong because they get all the hit points. They get all of the beasts, all of that beast's physical abilities. Like, it's insane what they can do. It's too strong. It's too strong. It doesn't matter. When you craft a red tool, you can infuse it with an element of your choice at the cost of additional shell shards. Choose one of these elemental types. I feel like I'm wording this wrong. I can tell I was wrong. I didn't put the starting at 18
Not all
level.
hit points. It is now temp HP equal to you level times 2, I think.
Oh my goodness,
You can
I
still
like that
wild shape
so much
multiple
more.
times a day.
Yeah, but that's
just
so
instead of
much
gaining
better.
new HP, it's like temp HP, and once you do wild shape, all that HP goes away.
That's so much better, because it's like, oh, I'm just gonna become a T-Rex and have 100 HP at level whatever, and I'm like, that's too much. It's too much HP. Like, what was it? Like, I can look it up, but like mammoths are not that high of a thing, right? Or maybe not mammoths, elephants. Elementals, not what I'm looking for. Do we not have elephants? Giant I could have sworn we had elephants. Am I spelling it wrong? Oh no, we're only on elemental type. Never mind.
It is on elemental.
Yeah. My bad. Is it CR4? I don't know what level you would get CR4 for, so maybe this isn't as bad as I thought it was. But they get 76 average hit points. It's crazy.
12.
It's crazy. Like, I don't remember what exactly it was, but I remember there's one beast in the game that's relatively low CR. It's like 1 or maybe even half CR, and it has like 50 HP. It's crazy strong. I just can't remember what it is. What was it? I gotta know. I gotta know. It's gonna drive me crazy. Let me sort by beast.
But the thing was that Moon Druid got 4 times more tanky.
It got 4 times more tanky? I think that it should still only be able to wild shape once per day. I'm not gonna back down from that. It's so strong. It's too strong. Swarm. I can't become a swarm, I assume. Reef shark, giant wasp. I love giant wasps. I had a giant wasp, not familiar, but like as a companion animal for like what was it? A bounty hunter, like rogue.
No maxwell shape
detective
set
type
at 4.
character.
You can become swarm.
No maximum shape set for you. You can become a swarm. You can become a swarm? That's dumb. That's so dumb. What does giant go? What is your HP? You have low HP. You're fine. Crocodile? No, I can't remember what it was. It was a type of dinosaur.
At Drocking 6666, I don't think that's right.
I'm pretty sure that's wrong.
People
but
have used swarm mechanics to duplicate yourself.
Ugh, I don't like that. Alright, I'm getting distracted. Let's write this shard pendant. Let's finish quick sling. Dang it, I keep forgetting. When you spend your action... No, not quick sling. Polyp pouch. Starting at 18th level, when you craft a red tool, you can infuse it with an element of your choice. And we'll end the sentence there. At the cost of, I don't know, 4 additional... At the cost of 4 additional shell shards, choose one of these elemental types to add to one.
Pick weird
of
elemental
your...
types like Radiant, Necrotic, Psychic, and all those.
Those are not elements. Those are exotic damage types. The elemental damage types are acid, poison, cold, fire, lightning, thunder. Was there one more? No, that's it. I think that's it. And exotic damage types are necrotic, radiant, force, and psychic.
Thunder is the only one that counts as elemental and exotic.
Is that exotic? Why is thunder exotic? It's just sound. What's exotic about sound? It doesn't... I always imagined exotic as, like, extraplanar type damage. Nothing does that on the material plane,
Sound is
except
not
for
an
creatures
element.
that came here from other places. I mean, to be fair, neither is fire. Fire isn't exactly on the elemental table. It's as much as of an element as fire is, I should say. At the cost of 4 additional shell shards, choose one of these elemental types to add to one of your red tools. Damage. Obviously, I'm not going to specify it in the words here, but you cannot put this in, like, your flea brew or something like that, because then you just deal fire damage to yourself. But, like, any of the red tools that can target other creatures. The cost of 4 additional shell shards, you choose one of these elemental types to add
But I want to make poison flea fruit and give it to my enemies.
I guess you can try to do that. These elemental types to add to one of your red tools. Damn. Damage calculation. I don't know. Damage. And we'll go with fire, cold, lightning. I'm not putting them in order. I don't know the order that they actually go in. I know it's alphabetical. I don't know it off the top of my head. Fire, cold, light. I'm just putting them down as I remember them. Thunder, poison, acid. How many are there? There's 6? There's 6 total elemental types? I think that's it.
If this was an official D&D thing, if thunder would not be included under elemental.
It would be. Thunder is elemental. I'm almost certain about that. Let me double check. Like there's no thunder elemental plane, but it counts as an elemental damage type. D&D 5. I obviously I'm double checking because there's a good chance I could be wrong. I've been wrong before. I just want to double check. D&D 5e elemental damage types. No, I don't trust you, AI overview. Complete Guide to the 13 Damage Types, Part 1. Sure, this doesn't look very reputable, but I'll trust it for now. Bludgeoning, blah, blah, blah. Like, the 3 basics are bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing. Elemental are... I didn't see anything like that. 5e damage types list, resistances, and immunities. Alright, so... I don't want the full list, I just want... Let me know what's elemental and what's... Elemental versus exotic. Let me see if that will help. All damage types ranked, and why Radiant is the best? Radiant, of course, is the best, when you're fighting undead, especially. If you're fighting the gods, then maybe something else, though. Elemental Adept. Does Elemental Adept get thunder?
It says thunder is concussive sound.
It is. But I think it's still considered
Radiance
an
and
elemental.
acid are the least resisted in immune damage types in the game.
Acid is the least resisted? That's surprising. Because all slimes are immune to acid, I believe? It would make sense if they are. It'd be weird if they weren't, because they're just made of acid, essentially. Maybe this link will be helpful. Acid, that's them all listed out.
Acid is a rare damage type, so not a lot resisted.
It's a rare damage type? How is acid rare? I feel like every time you go into a dungeon,
It didn't look
there's
up the
something that
elemental
melts
feat.
you. It didn't look it up. It didn't look up in the elemental feat. Bludgeoning, lightning, piercing.
There are
can't find
feats in the game
anything.
that show you the elemental damage. And they just don't show thunder.
Where
Check
does thunder
elemental
show up?
adept.
Well, Elemental Adept is a feat. I just didn't think it would show up there at all because it's a feat. It doesn't... I thought they defined what the damage types were, though, at some point. Because there are spells that only deal elemental damage types. Like, I can't remember what it's called. This isn't even spells. What is it? It's a sphere of some kind. Water evil.
If you also look at the dragons, that's the reason why a gem dragon resists thunders, because it's an exotic damage type.
Chromatic Orb, I believe, is only elemental types of damage. You hurl a 4-inch sphere of energy. Well, I guess it doesn't say element, but at each creature you can see within range, you choose acid, cold, fire, lightning, poison, or thunder. So it only chooses 2, 3. No, it chooses all 6. Never mind. I was like, it only chooses 5 of the 6, but it chooses all 6. Whenever they are naming the elemental damage types for a spell, it always does acid, cold, fire, lightning, poison, or thunder. If they're going to remove any of them, it's always going to be poison and thunder together. But they always keep acid, cold, fire, and lightning together. So, like, poison and thunder are always the odd ones out there, and I can see why people wouldn't think of those as elemental types. In any case, it doesn't... We're getting into so many semantics here that don't matter. We're not putting thunder damage on a red tool. That doesn't make sense. What am I even doing? Even if it...
help that thunder is very much treated as an extra type in the extras.
It's...
Menu and poison is just kind of the sub of acid.
Poison and acid don't do the same things at all. Acid, like, melts things, and poison targets, like, creature-specific. Like, is a very creature-specific attack. You can't poison a construct,
Draconic
you can't
breath
poison
spell,
undead.
you touch one willing creature, and choose acid, cold, fire, lightning, or poison. Until the spell ends, the target can take a magic action to exhale a 15-foot cone.
Draconic
Each
breath,
creature
though,
in
there
that
are no
area
thunder
makes a
dragons,
dexterity
though, is the
saving
thing.
throw, taking 3d6 damage of the chosen type on a failed save or half as much damage on a successful one. But in game terms, they basically do the same thing.
But in game terms, they basically do the same. Well, by that logic, you can say fire and poison do the same thing, since they can both do damage over time. But rarely do they do that anyway. I honestly struggled to find a spell that lit creatures on fire. I could not find one for a long time. Did I even find one in the end? Doesn't matter. Like, igniting creatures is so rare, but poisoning creatures over time...
Tangent.
Is also possible. I'm talking too much. It's already 8 o'clock. Alright. Starting at 18th level, okay. Here's what I'm gonna do.
I don't think burning is a thing in D&D.
My brain is fried right now. Like, I'm not doing good writing at all right now. I can't think of good sentences to put on the page. Which, it makes sense. I've been writing for 4 hours, and also going on side tangents for 4 hours. So I'm just... bleh. My brain's dead. I can't do things. We'll call thunder its own thing. I still don't think that acid and poison are similar at all. Poison and acid just do totally different things to me. Because acid is a solvent, it just melts things, and poisons creatures. It can make creatures like blind. It can do a variety of different effects depending on what the poison came from. But yeah, I think I'm done for now. I don't know. I will go through and reread this stuff,
if we're talking
and
about
then
natural
probably
poisons,
add some red text.
we can talk about how they can
for
produce necrosis, which is basically just the melting of the skin and bones.
If we're talking about
the
natural
chromatic
poisons,
and metallic are the elemental dragons, and there is no thunder one since it is not an element.
Necrosis, which is basically the melting... It is melting skin and bone, but it's not through, like, chemical, like... The chemical isn't, like, taking the molecules and ripping them apart to dissolve it. It's creating a chemical reaction that kills the cells in a way that makes it so that they cannot heal or create new cells in the area. Like, the melting has totally different... Like, the result is the same, but what's causing it is totally different. You know, like, when a spider bites a...
We are talking about magic in a fictional game.
We are talking about magic in a fictional game. That is so true. I know. I'm just saying, like, poison and acid can be similar at times, but they're different things. But, like, when you look at just the numbers of things, like, yeah, all the damage types just do the same thing. You can be resistant to either poison or acid. Are any creatures resistant to both? That's the question. I don't think so. There probably is one creature out there. Or if it is, it's like resistant to all the damage types.
Probably.
Probably. I don't know. I'm kind of just yammering
There's a
at
new
this point.
slime in the
I'm done writing.
5.5e monster manual that is.
Ooh. What's the slime called? Is it based off of an existing slime from any of the previous editions, or is it just its own thing? Love a new monster type. I'm in spells.
Blob of annihilation.
Blob of annihilation. Oh, I love it. blob. There's no blob in there. I was just gonna type slime. Oh, we're on beast still. Weird. Is slime its own type? Oh, ooze. Ooze is its own type. Grey ooze, slithering tracker. Elder Obelix. I haven't read this one. Or I've read it. I haven't played this one yet. I would love to. It's so creepy and cool. Very cool. I had a lot of inspiration for the concept.
It is a CR23 ooze.
Oh my god, why? Blob of Annihilation? Hold on a second.
It is a boss monster.
A boss slime? Why? Oh my god, let me zoom in on it, please! Okay, there we go. Arcane religion? Esoteric? Oh, this isn't even a stat block. What? Oh, this is
In
the same
Conan,
page.
it eats terrace.
Is this how the new books look? I don't think I like the new boxes. I like the old boxes more. They were more stylized. Like this the border around everything. I think it looked cool. Strength. Whoa, that's weird. Resistant. So wait. Oh, that's interesting. So they don't tell you the saving throws down here anymore. They just put it next to the. I do like that as a visual thing. It makes it a lot easier to read, if nothing else. Oh, they add the proficiency bonus, so you don't have to do the math in your head anymore. That's cool. I like that.
In Conan, it eats Tarask.
Glob. In canon, it eats the Tarask. But the Tarask, the whole thing about the Tarask is that it eats everything, right? Like it consumes magic itself, and nothing can consume the Tarask, right? Because it has insane regeneration abilities. Like I don't think it's in its stat block because its regeneration is so slow. But there's no way to kill a Tarask.
But the blob of annihilation is made from a corpse of a dead
Tarask
god.
left. It will regenerate from that into a full Tarask. It just will take 1,000 years to do it. But the blob of annihilation is made from a corpse of a dead god. But Tarask eats god. Tarask can break down magic. Their stomachs have this weird ability to like break down magic, and that's like its main source of nutrition, if I'm not mistaken. Like you can put a legendary item in their stomach and it will slowly break down over like 100 years or something. They took a lot of the Tarask's
the Blavo
abilities
annihilation
away
is
for 5th
entropy
edition.
entity that constantly breaks down everything around it, as it slowly decays the fabric of reality.
So
it's not magic, it's just death.
So they both
when it
basically
kills
do
something,
the same
its
thing.
dust is scattered across the astral plane.
So they're both like mega eaters, but because slimes are better eaters than lizards, it can eat Tarask. When it kills something, it scatters across the astral plane. I gotta read it. I gotta read this thing. I don't know. It seems cool. Entropic Surge. Each creature swallowed by the blob takes 46 necrotic damage. Necrotic damage. That's a weird one. Not acid damage. Then the blob gains temporary hit points equal to half. Okay. Reconstitute. Each creature restrained by the blob. Oh my god. The blob's glob is
Again,
dragged
entropy slime.
up to 60 feet toward the blob. And you said this was like an official creature? That's crazy. When the creature is swallowed, blah blah blah, annihilating tide. How big is this? I assume gargantuan? Colossal? What the hell is colossal? Colossal's new. What? D&D size. Tiny, small, medium, large, huge, gargantuan. This is the size categories I'm used to. What's colossal?
It's just another name for extra gargantuan.
Oh, so it's mountain size. Okay. Or I assume larger than gargantuan is like the size. Is like anything bigger than huge,
Although
but
they
there's
ate
no
anything
like
and
upper
everything,
limit to it.
They were most notable for consuming gods and titans, including Empyreans, Krakens, and even Tarasques. 2.
There's only one
They were
Tarrasque.
also suggested to feed off of magic, and might thus be drawn to ancient and powerful sources of it.
So there's only one Tarrasque. It keeps coming back because of its insane
I'm
regeneration
more like
abilities.
Mount Everest sized. They also changed how the Terrace and other monsters are to gargantuan and all those too. So the Terrasque is now Mount Everest.
I like that you use Mount
This
Everest
is from the book.
specifically
There's one
as an
Terrace
example.
in each universe. It can travel between universes.
Well, that's not very special. A lot of mega powerful things can travel between universes and exist in multiple at the same time. But I like that you use Mount Everest as a size comparison. Did you know Mount Everest is the tallest mountain, but it isn't the largest? From base to tip, it isn't the largest. It's just on a mountain range that pushes it up to be the tallest.
All of this comes from the book.
All of this comes from the book? Oh, so they redid the Tarrasque lore. Okay. I'm going off of, like, old Tarrasque lore. That's why I'm mentioning its hyper-regeneration, its ability
The reason
to
the blow of
break down magical
annihilation
items.
keeps traveling between the universe is it's just to eat high magic sources, which just happen to be Tarrasque most of the time.
Yeah, but I'm going off of old Tarrasque lore. I don't know the new lore. I haven't read 5.5. Old Tarrasque lore is like, it has the ability to move through Earth. That's why it doesn't leave footprints anywhere. It can eat magic items and consume gods. It can do all these crazy things. Tarrasque had like the ability to reflect everything, not just magic. It could, like, Tarrasque was a monster designed to kill players.
The Altaras, correspondent, it's just now they're constantly dying or endless food source for this gargantuan creature who can eat them.
Altaras, what? I don't know what that word is. Altaras correspondent. I don't know what that is.
Since the Jurassic keep regenerating, they're infinite food sources for the blobs.
the one that poor Tarrasque. Because, well, the Tarrasque isn't like a species of creatures, you know? It was a weapon created by the gods during the Titan Wars. I think, if I'm remembering correctly. I'm now my memory's getting a little vague. I'm probably wrong about everything. Don't research anything I've said. I'm wrong. I just did so much research on...
Yes, they are a weapon created by the gods, but upon the universe, shattering it spread out across the multiverse, with one in each one.
With one Tarrasque in each universe? I don't remember that lore for the Tarrasque. I could reread Tarrasque, but I probably won't. It's, like, as a monster, I like the idea of it. Like, the original... I'm more interested in the history of why people made Tarrasques.
After 20 years.
And if you kill the blob, it comes back after 20 years? It feels like Blob replaced Tarrasque. It has a lot of its old abilities. Look up their new stats for the Tarrasque. The new Tarrasque is not as, like, as much of a player killer as it used to be. New Tarrasque is just... It has lost its purpose as, like, this is the thing when I want a TPK. Like, it doesn't do that anymore like it used to.
Blob is CR23, the Tarrasque is still CR30. Oh, no, they buffed it in every single way.
They buffed the Tarrasque? I don't know about that. I feel like it's heavily nerfed. Like, it has a lot of things that it lost a lot of its old abilities that made it just impossible to damage. Like, it has a lot of damage immunities, don't get me wrong, but it used to just be able to to not get hit by anything. And, like, using any player tricks, like Magic Missile, to, like, target that is a guaranteed hit, would reflect it back onto players. This has been a thing since, like, AD&D.
Yeah, they gave it a bunch of range attacks because the bow spamming, and this thing is still a CR 30 and the new 30, which means it's like CR 37 in your terms.
Does it have range attacks? I don't think it does. Swallow, Frightful Presence, Tail, Horns, Claw, Bite, and multi-attack. No, I don't think...
In lore, the blob is stronger, but in game it is weaker.
Honestly, from what I read of the blob, I don't see how the Tarask could fight against it. All of its attacks are basic, like piercing, slashing, and bludgeoning. It doesn't do anything but that. And I don't think that can hurt the blob, right?
That's why you look up the new stats and see what we're talking about.
5.5. I don't know 5.5's Tarask stats. I'm probably not gonna look it up. I don't know. I like my 5th edition. What are those in the background? Are those dragons? Are those itty-bitty dragons? Or are they just birds? It'd be funny if those were dragons. Alright. Thank you, everybody, for watching. I hope everybody enjoyed my partial D&D writing, but mostly just tangents on the D&D
but players can
stuff.
Kill a blob, but not a Tarax. Just a peek, it won't hurt.
Alright, fine. I'll look at it and then we'll say outro noises. Trask 5.5. I assume D&D Beyond's 5.5 now, right? No, this looks like 5th edition. Uh, 5.5 Trask. Okay, oh my god, the art is gorgeous for it. I love it. Oh my god, look at that. That's so cool looking. Who drew this? Sorry, I'm so easily to... Who drew the 5.5 Tarask? How do you spell Tarask? I don't know.
5.5e art is the best.
Chris Ron. Oh my god. Thank you, Chris Ron. You're a genius. Gorgeous. Oh my god. That's sick. I love that. Okay, alright, stop looking at the art. Stop looking at the art. I can't, though. But stop looking at the art. So, strength 30, I should have kept the other one up for comparing and contrasting. Siege, Reflective Carapace, Magical Resistance, Legendary Resistance, all that's the same. Bite, Claw, Tail, Thunderous Bellows, Constitution Saving Throw, DC 27. That's weird to have it in that order, but sure. Each creature and each object that isn't being worn or carried in a 100-foot cone. What? That's weird wording. Failure. On a failure, they take 78 on average thunder damage, and the target has the deafened and frightened condition until the end of its next turn. On a success, it only takes half damage. I don't like that. I don't like how they kind of shortened it, the way they shortened the descriptions of things. Swallow, that's the same. Onslaught, Trask moves up to half its speed and makes one claw or tail attack. World-shaking movement. The Trask moves up to its speed. At the end of this movement, the Trask creates an instantaneous shockwave in a 60-foot emanation originating from itself. Creatures. So it has two ranged attacks now. That's cool. This one has a recharge to it. This one I can just do every, not every turn, but like, every other creature's turn. Cool. So it can do twice per turn. Or twice per round, rather.
They also just buffed the damage numbers slightly.
Did they? Well, I don't know what health number... Like, you can buff all of these numbers. This could be a 150 with, like 25 plus mods, and it wouldn't really mean anything to me, because I would be like, I don't know what the health modifiers for 5.5 are. I don't know what the comparative numbers are. You know what I mean? Three 3d8 plus 10 for a tail attack. We can just look at...
Also, player power has been more fine-tuned. But most of the stuff is the same, except CR monsters are actually representative of where they're supposed to be.
Or this says average 23. It looks like it's about the same, at least just comparing their tail attacks. It's slightly less for the 5.5 tail attack, but I didn't go into all of them, obviously. But most of the stuff is the same, except for CR monsters are actually representative of where they're supposed to be. Ooh, they did a better job of actually, like, determining what a party of 4 can fight. That's good. 155,000. Is the calculation the same for how much XP you get?
XP is still better.
Yeah. 150. They're the same. Alright, it's 8:20. I've been streaming for 4 hours now. Sorry I kind of didn't write that much this stream. I was getting back into the swing of things. My brain fried a little bit faster than what I would have liked it to. Genuinely, like, when I'm writing on my own, I feel like I can write for 12 hours and without breaking a sweat. But when I'm writing on stream and I'm actively trying to be entertaining, I'm trying to, like, talk my methodology through to convince people of what I'm doing.
Because we bring the good ideas.
You bring all the good ideas, too. Like, it's great to be able to bounce off people. I find that the quality of my writing is a lot higher for the streams. It's just that it takes a lot more energy, and my brain just can't keep up with it, and I can't take breaks. It's a 4-hour period of no breaks, and that's real brutal. Brutal is the wrong word. I am enjoying myself the entire time.
They also added a new elemental boss monster.
Added a new elemental boss monster? Like, which element is it? Elemental plane of water, fire, earth, or air? Or is it one of the combination, like, weird ones where it's like lightning or... All? Okay. So what plane is it?
It is a mix of all elements.
What plane is it from? If it's a mix of all elements, or is it, like, from one of the outer planes in that case? Or is it from the plane...
It is called the Elemental Cataclysm.
Elemental Cataclysm. Alright, I'll look it up real quick, because I'm curious, but then we're done. Elemental Cataclysm. Let me see that art. Oh my god, look at that. Oh, cool. Wait, is this a book cover?
It travels through the elemental chaos.
This looks like... Look at the ratio of this. For a second there, I thought it was like this is a book cover. Like there's a binding through the middle of it. Is that what this is? Is this a book cover? Either way, it looks gorgeous.
No full page.
This, oh my god, it's like 2 pages?
The art in 5.5e got buffed.
Who, is it all the same artist? Or is it like a bunch of different people? Because, like, there's definitely a very similar, like, they clearly had a design philosophy and they wanted everybody to be on the same page for all the artists they hired. Which makes it a little bit difficult for me to identify who drew what, because I'm not an artist. I don't know how to differentiate subtle changes of style. Read the abilities? Okay. Sorry, I like art. I'm a big fan of art. What did I click? Ah, dang it! I'm clicking all the wrong things. Is there a place for it? Let me look at lore. I want to know where this thing is from. Beyond the borders of the elemental planes, primordial
Hello,
forces...
Rose Knight.
Hi, we're about to leave. I'm sorry. Celeste, the IRL cat girl, welcome to the stream. We haven't even finished Silksong class writing yet. We've got 2 more, or not even 2 more. We have 1.5 more subclasses, and then we're finally done, and I can finally get to the page design. We'll definitely finish that and start the page design next stream. But right now, we're just kind of looking at cool monsters and their cool art, because I like cool monsters and their cool art. But you snapped me out of it. You snapped me out of my distraction mind. I need to end the stream and eat dinner and do... I need to cook breakfast for tomorrow and go to bed, because I've got work tomorrow. Okay. Thank you, everybody, for coming. Sorry that you showed up and then I immediately left. But thank you, everybody, for showing up. Thank you all for watching. Expect a video relatively soon. I'm going to try and edit
finish it.
No, finish it. I'm going to try and finish the video I'm working on by next weekend. No promises there, because editing takes a long time. It's going to be shorter than my other videos. It's going to be the shortest videos I've made so far, but that doesn't mean anything, because the shortest video I have right now is like 30 plus minutes. But yeah, expect that soon. Hopefully I'll get it out before my next stream, but if not, soon after that. I don't know what else to say from here. I have other YouTube stuffs all over the place if you want to go check those out. I have a gaming channel that I haven't uploaded at 2 years, but I think some of it's still pretty good. D&D stuff, if you haven't seen all of it, I have 4 videos up right now for that channel, and working on more. And a VODs channel if you want to go check out all my previous escapades of playing video games and writing the Silksong class and doing all the things. If you want to watch that from scratch, go ahead and do that. But yeah, until next time, outro noises.